Yo, what's up everybody? Today, we're going to be beginning the 6th chapter of Umineko, Dawn of the Golden Witch. As you can see here, we've got chapter 6 up, finished chapter 5 yesterday, fucking brilliant chapter, and, you know, it really opened up so much of a plot with potential, really. I mean, I really do wonder, because Battler is now the game master and he has full control over the game board, and we are actually going to have some sort of chance of actually finding out the truth of who has actually done the murders. And yeah, it's going to be really quite interesting just to not only see the truth, but, you know, see things that are really going to aid my theories. I mean, obviously, the thing is about Umineko, I think if you're in episode 6 and you don't have any theories, then you really are missing out. And yeah, I do have a few theories, so it's going to be really interesting just to see, you know, not only how the theories are talked about, but, you know, in general, everything that's going to happen. I know of 3 characters I think we meet in episode 6, and yeah, I'm really interested in seeing especially one of them. 2 of them I don't really know anything about, but there's one of them that I'm really excited to see stuff about. So yeah, overall I think there's going to be a lot to look forward to into this chapter. And you know, obviously the most thrilling part of actually beginning a chapter is, you know, the beginning of it has every single chapter has a beginning which has significant relevance to the you know, just overall goings on of the plot. And yeah, it's going to be quite interesting to see what the beginning of this one is. And yeah, so let's read this little teaser text here. Yeah, so good morning. Now the curtain shall finally rise on a game presented by that Batora-sama. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, will Batora-sama manage to successfully and spectacularly fill the enormous role of the game master? Yeah, that is a fair question, because even though he has, you know, shown ridiculous opposition to you know, all of his opponents in the end of episode 5, will he actually be able to fulfill that role that, you know, I would assume it requires a lot of responsibility. So who knows? And obviously a lot of good play consistently. The opponents are going to get a lot more threatening, so yeah, he needs to be on his best guard every single day, every single second even. Let us bear witness to this fight from the opposite side of the chessboard. Yeah, that's what interests me. That really is. I do wonder what's going to be different. This is definitely going to be a different story. So yeah, this is no longer a difficulty level. This is no longer a hint, but a confession. It is really quite interesting, that. So a confession into who actually did it. Right, let's get into this. I am done waiting. Let's see. Oh, for fuck's sake. Stop spoiling the suspense. Please. Please, come on. I need to know. What are we going to be reading about? Right, we're in the meta world. Ooh. Did I just skip something? Oh no, it was the sprites. No, it was the mod just being a little bit odd with the text boxes. Right, a beautiful glow shone in from the skylight up over the Grand Cathedral. Interesting. We've got some really quite menacing organ music to begin. Yeah, this place was somehow different from the way it had been during the witch's trial. The decorations have been changed. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's got this really weird blue curtain. Yeah, it looks totally different. Wow. God, it looks like... Isn't it really quite funny to think that this area here... Firstly, I think this is where Evar Beatrice was actually coronationed by Beatrice, and also, if you ask me, it just really looks like some sort of really awkward place that you could have a wedding in. Like, everything looks like perfect wedding potential until you realise there are no traditional features of, you know, the aisleway and all of the stuff. No, it just kind of feels like a church, but without all of its traditional features. I won't try to know what the traditional features of a church are, I've never really been in one. Yeah, the several pleasantly sparkling white ribbons that adorned it were thin like razors, but they trailed beautifully in the air. Chatting. Flowers were arranged all over in a way that would make any place look cheerful. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it was like how a single drop of impure water can spoil an entire cask of wine. Try putting a drop of water in Coke. It tastes fucking awful. Just the presence of those flowers, those ribbons, and the red carpet that ran down the centre of the room. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it made it hard to believe that this was the same place. Fair enough. Yeah, it made it hard to believe that this was the same place Ushinomi Anatahi had been falsely accused of a crime. Ah, so I was right. It had truly become a wedding chapel. I don't know, is it me or it just feels like a church, but without some of the key features of a church? I don't know. There's no stand for the vicar. That's maybe why it's weird. Oh. Who the fuck is this? Love is generous, love is merciful. Who are you? Whoever these people are, they're twins. They are so obviously twins. I mean, look at their faces. By the way, I find it interesting. Look at their outfits. They quite literally have a heart. I feel like whoever these people are going to be, they're going to be good. It's going to be... I think they're definitely going to be conveyors of the quote, "Without love, it cannot be seen." That is interesting. Oh my god, not even a few lines in and we're getting new characters. That really surprises me. Oh, they're demons! Oh, never mind. These words, spoken by 2 demons who seem to be in charge of this gathering, were part of a ceremony for making an oath of love. Before the guys of... Even though they're demons, what? The guys of God, of course. In this wedding celebrated by demons... Oh, yeah, there was no priest inside. Yeah, that's why it feels different. Yeah, instead there stood the witch who controls miracle. Well, this doesn't sound like a very nice wedding. In sickness and in health. No, yeah, a wife's true job is to be supportive in times of sickness. One of them, but not the true jobs. Isn't that right, Erika? What? What the fuck are they doing to her? That actually looks like a really cool outfit. Oh my god. Look at this. Where did they get this from? These really weird metallic-like ribbons. Yes, I was like, what the fuck has happened? Is this some sort of foreshadowing to the end of the story? This is so weird. Isn't it really quite ironic? Whatever the hell is happening here, Erika definitely has to agree with Berncastle's jobs. Yeah, that looks good on you. Who is the bridegroom? Oh no. That looks good on you. What a fitting outfit for one who has conquered the bridegroom. If this is Battler, oh my god. Whatever this is, I feel like it is ultimate humiliation. I'm honored, my master. The bride standing on the carpeted path was Furudo Erika. The groom's face could not be seen. Oh. The bride's outfit certainly was a pure white wedding dress. Yeah, not really fitting for her. Her veil represented both the white of God's blessings and the white of demon's cruelty. Yeah, isn't that interesting that you can liken demon's cruelty to white? A great many goat nobles, witches and demons will gather for this wedding. If only their heads hadn't been of those of goats. Oh no, I see that. Yeah, it probably would have seemed a very refined crowd worthy of this great cathedral. Oh, that's Lambda. I'd expect no less of you, Bern. Yeah, the stuff you manage to think of is always so twisted. Who is the husband, though? A wife supporting her ailing husband. By the way, this is the question. Why is the husband saying nothing? Isn't that a lovely story? It suits you well, Erika. And congratulations to you too. Mr. Groom. At that point, Berncastle stared straight into the groom's eyes. The groom didn't answer. Yeah, definitely not somebody who's happy about this. I mean, to be fair, if you're having a magical wedding like this, where loads of witches are there, and, you know, goats in the crowd, I don't really think you're going to be very, exactly... Oh, enjoying of it. Oh my god, his eyes were grey. His lips would mutter something from time to time, but no one else could tell if those words meant anything. What the fuck? Hey, are you listening? You people. What the fuck? She spoke to the groom in the plural. What, the person inside the game board and outside the game board? Of course, there was only one groom. And of course, the grey-eyed groom didn't answer. That is weird.
聞こえてはいても答えられませんか?
So even though you can hear her, you can't answer.
安心して。
Don't worry, okay.
バトラさん。
Oh no. I'm sorry, but what the genuine hell is gonna happen in this chapter? Okay, I'll just take everything you are.
私が握り尽くしてあげますから。
That doesn't sound like a very nice wedding! And trample it into the ground. Somebody definitely sounds like she's gone completely and utterly insane. I can't believe this. That's actually really interesting. So whatever Erika's going to do, she's going to do something in a fashion similar to what she did to Natsuhi, i.e. she's going to take everything about Battler and she's going to completely ruin it, I'd assume. That is weird. Yeah, understandable. Yeah, the Witch of Miracles sneered with an evil smile that even a demon would shudder to look at. Even that sneer. Provoke no... What the fuck? Battler has become like Beatrice in episode 5's end. No, sorry, beginning even. From Battler's dimmed eyes. What? That's absurd though. So, a sneer so scary that it would even make a demon shudder is not giving a response from him. That is weird. I'm sorry, but that is genuinely weird. Yeah, I don't know who these people are, but... People live for the sake of love. Therefore, today you have fulfilled the purpose of your lives. Okay, you are... Firstly, you are a demon. Secondly, you look like a mix of Orange and Hong Mei Ling from Toho. And thirdly... Sorry, I just really wanted to get my feelings across. She does look like Hong Mei Ling from Toho, and she also reminds me of Orange. There's some sort of... I think it's Toho 3 character? But still, yeah, oh, how great is the power to live, the power of love. I feel like these people, whoever they are, they have a really twisted view of the situation. Or they just know and are trying to completely mock these people. Just give it a rest already, you demons. What comes next? The couple will now make an oath of eternal love. I'm sorry, but why the fuck are they marrying? Isn't it interesting to think that I kind of get the impression that this is some sort of declaration of loss? It is an indication that Erika has totally won over Battler and can completely control everything regarding what happens to him. On Battler's hand was a wing bearing the seal of the one-winged eagle, proof that he was the territory lord of this. He is still the territory lord, right? And on Erika's finger was a diamond ring that could not be shattered by any miracle. Jesus Christ. Diamonds signify an eternal bond. Yeah, that's quite scary, yeah. So I suppose that they could loosely simplify both of them. Simplify to both of them. Yeah, however, in Greek, the word diamond simply means unbreakable. Yeah, she scares me. Erika wasn't vowing to love Battler forever. Oh, Jesus Christ. It's a bit opposite to... You know, what you normally see. I mean, you normally see it the other way around. Yeah, she just wanted to rule over him as her eternal property. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, it's just really interesting that, you know, these people were trying to make it look so funny and so malicious and so fake. It's as if, you know, it's just really quite funny that this world is so twisted that they can't even have a normal wedding. They just have to have a wedding that completely slanders one individual. I mean, my God. Don't worry. But the fact that he has grey eyes, that totally scares me. Yeah, he'll be fucking dead before you will You'll probably love him until he's dead. I won't love you
だ
forever.
からこの挙式はあなたを征服する
Oh
儀式で
God.
す。
After all, the point of this ceremony is to make you submit to
あ
me.
なたの心は永遠に脱出不可能の密室に閉じ込められ、この私、探偵にして真実の魔女フルドエリカに支配される。
Your heart will be shut inside an inescapable closed room forever, where I, Furudo Erika, the detective and the witch of truth, will command
あ
it!
んたの持つ領主の座も
What the
その
fuck?
証の指輪も私の
What? Oh my god, your position as territory lord and your ring will become mine! Can't get.
なんです？
What was that? Yeah, she sounds totally teasing. What is he going to say? Can't get out. Yeah, that is serious. Oh my god. Hi, goats. Oh wow, how romantic. Yeah, why do Giga definitely doesn't look happy? So Lonove looks serious. Gab looks happy. Yeah, these people look grave. Oh my god, I wonder what they must be thinking. Who are these guys, these demons?
出られないですよね、その密室。
Yeah, I bet you can't get out of that closed
あん
room.
たが自分で作った密室なんですから。
What? After all, you made it yourself.
あんたは永遠にその密室で苦しむんです。
What the fuck? Okay, whatever happens in episode 6, shit is going wrong. Oh.
私は妻としてあなたのそばに永遠にいて、
Oh,
その
Jesus.
苦悶の表情を独り占めします。
Yeah, this sounds horrible. Isn't it interesting to think that Erika is such a twisted person and understands humanity so little that she uses a human concept like love to, you know, completely... Isn't it ironic? Without love, it cannot be seen. With Erika's definition of love, it's basically getting somebody else and completely ruling over them and, you know, completely completely ruining their life so that your sadistic desires are met, really. And I remain by your side as your wife forever, getting to enjoy that look of anguish on your face all by myself. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, Erika, this is Umineko. Stop becoming Ryugu Rena, please.
あなたを永遠に
I'll defile you
私だけ
forever.
がし尽くしてあげます。
Okay, I'm sorry, but their laugh sounds so similar. But anyway, I'll defile you forever.
後ろ宮バトラー。
Oh yeah, that is quite an opening. I'm sorry, but what the genuine fuck is going to happen? Wow. That is going to be really interesting. Right, I've got to do a very dramatic thing. Hold up. Never mind, plot twist, it's already been done. Right, yeah, let's see this opening. I haven't really seen this opening much, because whenever I start my VNs, I'm always starting late. As you can see by the times I save, you know, like 2 or 3 AM sometimes. So basically, yeah, I never have time to watch the openings. Oh yeah, let's see how interesting this opening is now that we know of Furudo Erika. It's Beatrice. Oh, I love the stakes. And this is a really quite nice scene as well. No, all of it is done so ridiculously well, I mean. Oh yeah, Beatrice with the long hair, that's going to be interesting to see what happens with her. That is if anything happens to her. Oh, interesting, her eye. Oh, yeah, I like that scene with Natsuhi. That rings a lot more now. Are we going to see any new people? I.e. Such a fucking epic opening. Oh, that's interesting. Nice little shot there. I wonder what that potentially foreshadows. It's a butterfly. I love that. Oh. That's a really nice ending shot. They've killed it with the CGI in this. My god. Wow. Umineko no nakukoro ni chiru. Majodo suiri no rondo, I think that says. I forgot. I don't know. Alright. By the way, I don't know if we should read this yet, but have we got the... Oh yeah, funny that Kinzo's dead. It doesn't look like we've got the cards of the mystery characters yet. All of the goats. Interesting that Kinzo's dead, by the way. Yeah, that's interesting. So Erika's definitely going to be here. I mean, that was obvious from the beginning, but still interesting. All that could be heard was the sound of the wind. A sound of misfortune, bringing sadness and unease to all who heard it. We're here. Slowly, I came back to my senses. I finally regained consciousness on top of a bed with a firm mattress. Where was this again? So whatever's actually happening here, it's a really, really unknown setting. Where was this again? I can't remember where this is. But I can vaguely recall that I must not remain. That is interesting, yeah. What is happening? Oh, that's odd. The room was dimly lit. That's actually really, really funny. So it's like a meta-world version of, you know, the room Eva and Hideyoshi were sleeping in. The room was dimly lit. There was a light on, but that just made the darkness and eeriness of the room more apparent. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, because obviously really odd light with a purple hue to it emanates all around you. And, you know, I think if you saw something like this out of your window, it would be a cause of concern. Let's just say that. There were no curtains over the window, but it was too dark outside to see in. Oh, right, so that's not really an accurate image, what we're being shown here. Yeah, if I squinted into that pitch blackness. Interesting. It felt as though I could see the Witch of the Forest peeking back at me from the darkness. And I averted my gaze from the window and... What? I can't see or hear it. Is this not Battler, but... No, I don't know. I can't see or hear it, but I get the feeling that if I leave this room, it will be bright and warm, and someone else will be there for me. I want to get where everyone else is as soon as I can. Bad memories from when I was very young began to well up. Oh god. Horrible, harsh memories of when I started dozing off during a family gathering and was put to sleep in some room I didn't know. I remember waking up there, incredibly lonely and sobbing. Odd. Yeah, it is really, really interesting that. Just, you know, the scenery that really gives us the impression of a place that is not human, really. Well, I mean, all places human, but, you know, a place widely characterised by the illusion. That is really odd. This gives me the impression that it isn't Battler and it's maybe some sort of a Shidomiya family member. I don't know. Is it Rudolph? I think out of all of the Ushidomiya characters, we've got the least development on Rudolph and the least knowledge of his life and his perspective on things in general. So I hope it is. Yeah, that must have been terrifying if there's nobody there to actually tell you where you are once you wake up. I could see how that must be really quite scary. God, that's horrible though. Yeah, you wake up and then you're like that. Yeah, I must not remain in this room. I just want to get out of here quickly. Yeah, but who is I? Once that thought crossed my mind, I didn't want to stay in the room and a second longer than I had to. Yeah, fair enough, I'm scared. It's creepy. Where is everyone? I want to get out of here right now. I opened the door trying to leave the room. Yeah, so it is a room in the house, right. Right, so a pleasant glow snuck in through the crack of the door. This is an interesting song. I don't know if we've heard this. It really sounds like one of the songs we've heard before. As I thought, the corridor was filled with a comforting light. Couldn't actually hear them, but I could sense that far away people were enjoying themselves. Jesus Christ, if, you know, people were enjoying themselves and yet whoever this is, they're really, really suffering, you know, literally waking up lonely and sobbing. I mean, that must be horrible. What a contradiction. I'm sure everyone's gathered in the room across from this one. Is this somebody who's gonna get murdered? No, don't even. I've been shut up in this lonely, creepy room all alone. I should go quickly. It's a bit cruel? What the fuck? As soon as I thought this, a merciless metallic sound rang out and the door refused to open any further. The chain had been set. Why? I've always hated chain locks. It's as if somebody has been really, really awful and, well, they've dozed off, and maybe somebody with as much pride as Natsuhi, I don't know, maybe she's like got really, really mad and it's been a cause of restraint. I don't know, it's ridiculous. You can open a normal lock just by twisting. Yeah. But chain locks are built in an annoying way and I couldn't work them easily. So I've hated them ever since I was young. Fair, yeah, I've never really seen a chain lock before. I've never opened one before. See? Even this chain. Yeah, no, I see that because that's aiding to the fact that it's adding to her loneliness. It's just a thing that increases it, really. And I suppose you could also think that the chain is also... It's providing more, you know, an increase in her uncertainty and her isolation as well. And I just can't get it undone. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah. Why is this happening? I just want to leave this creepy room right now. Yeah, fair, yeah. Just on the other side of this thin door. Everything is bathed in a warm light. Yeah, so whatever is happening, it's a real difference between... Who is going to come and help them? Because, I mean, if it's a family conference, they have to leave at some day, don't they? I can't undo it. I just can't undo this chain. Who is I, though? The more desperate I grew. By the way, it's interesting that I really do wonder how old this person is. Unsettling darkness. I mean, to be fair, I do understand how you could think a room is creepy if, you know, you just look out of the curtains and then you just see nothing. And especially if it's unknown. No, I can totally see that. I just kind of get the impression this is somebody younger. I don't know, the more desperate I grew, the more that unsettling darkness seemed to be closing in on my back, and the more frightened I became. Is somebody going to get killed? Then I finally noticed. There's something wrong with this chain. Yes, there is a chain. But this isn't a chain lock. This is intel. This is just a chain staked into the door, preventing from opening any further. That's really weird. And that is really interesting. That actually explains why, you know, Gorda and Kanon actually needed to get a wire cutter to actually open the chain. What the hell's going on? Who do something like this? Damn it. No matter what I did, no matter how much I struggled, I couldn't pull out the stake. Or undo the chain or break the mechanism. This door was just a demon's mouth, made to trick me into thinking it would open before crushing my... Oh, I like that. Yeah, even so, if only I could just open this door somehow, I could get out into that pleasant corridor. This desire forced me to keep my hand glued to the doorknob. Is, like, anybody gonna come and potentially help this person who is really, really scared and desperately wants to get out? That is awful, though. So you're just stuck in a room that you perceive as really, really creepy. And anywhere apart from your room, it is anything but creepy. But it was useless. Both the chain and the stake were firm. And no matter how much I clattered them about, yeah, there was no chance of the door opening any further. Yeah, that's awful. Even though I could see the pleasant hallway through the crack, I had no chance of opening the door any further. Maybe someone will come if I yell. Maybe the door can be opened easily from the outside. When I thought this, I tried to call out to someone, but I couldn't make the words come out. I can mouth "someone come here." Is it just because of how absurdly scared she is? I mean, the room can't be soundproofed, can it? But no voice left my lips. What's going on? Oh, isn't that interesting, that change in views? It's just really, really showing the fact that, you know, she just feels... She? How do I know that? The person here, they just feel a total sense of calamity and darkness. What's going on? Someone come. Why can't I cry out? That is weird. Help me, help me, help me. The mere fact that I can't say help me out loud is even scary. No, I see that. Yeah, that is awful if I turn around. What? The witch gazing into the room from the darkness outside. Oh, that is interesting. So the witch in the forest, does that necessarily refer to Beatrice? Might be inside this room, the room this time, standing right behind me. Frightened, I'm scared, I'm scared, I'm scared. Jesus Christ, poor person. Someone help me, someone help me. I just can't get out, can't get out. Let me out of this room. Jesus Christ. Yeah, this person is just going into a panic attack right now. Poor person. Jesus. God, this is just a representation of how much she is thinking and how, you know, how intense and lacking of, I suppose, reasoning her thoughts are. It's just instinct of getting out. Don't tell me that's going to be it. What? Oh. Hang on a second. What? That sounds like Angie and that sounds like Jurza. Huh? Interesting. That was really not what I was expecting whatsoever. What? That is interesting. God, poor Angie. Oh my god. That really, really surprises me. That just starts the game on a totally scary note. That is interesting. So I really do firstly wonder who the Witch of the Forest is. In this case, it's got to be Beatrice. And maybe it could be a different witch, though, that she's referring to. But I doubt it. It is interesting that she actually saw it, though. Maybe it was when she disobeyed the Mariage Sorciera. Maybe she thought some sort of revenge was coming onto her. Sounds like they've arrived, lady. Huh? Oh. It is! Oh, Amakusa ran his finger down my cheek. In an instant, I woke from the doze. I just wanted... Oh my god, that is a dirty move. Wow. I glared at Amakusa for waking me up in such a creep. Seriously, though, yeah. But to be fair, I suppose it does get your fight or flight reflexes up. It does kinda instantly make it so that you are waking up. That is interesting. I wonder what's going to be about Angie in this story. I mean... I'm just genuinely surprised we're seeing more of her. I glared at Amakusa for waking me up in such a creepy way, but he just pretended not to know. Shh. This is interesting. Where even? Yeah, that is a really good question. Where is this? It feels like a parlour in... Yeah, some dignified person's house. And the even better question is, why don't you remember this? Is this some sort of part of episode 4? Feels like a parlour in some dignified person's house. Yeah, that is odd, but I have no memory of this place at all. Where is this? Am I? You still half asleep, lady? Yeah, sorry. I'm just so surprised we're seeing more of Angie. Where are we? Huh? Apparently, he hadn't expected me to forget something like that just because I wasn't fully awake yet. Oh, no, yeah, for once I agreed with him. Yeah, it is odd. Why I am some parlour that I don't recognise. Could this be Kasumi? Oh my god. The sound... To be fair, it does look like a really traditional and really grand and... You know, it's a rich house. Whoever has this, they are not poor by any means. The sound of the footsteps from they Amakusa had mentioned. Yeah, he said, like, they are coming. Oh, it doesn't matter, I think so. Had come right up to the opposite side of the door. I could hear conversing voices. Is that a woman? Is it actually Kasumi? Oh, maybe not. I mean, if that was Kasumi, I don't really think there'd be that nice hospitality going on. Judging by the coffee and snacks laid out in front of me, I was the guest here. In that case, I'd better remember why I came. Yeah, seriously, why the fuck did she come here? Or at least who it was I came to visit. Who am I? We should do on my Aunt Angie. Yeah. Who's this man standing behind me? Amakusa Juza. Yeah, the man who used to be my guard a long time ago. Yeah, he's now the bodyguard Okonogi assigned to me. That is interesting. So this is actually taking place into a similar time frame of episode 4. I don't really understand why Burncastle would have 2 pieces of Angie, though. Like, why not just have 1? I don't know. Maybe Burncastle's realising the severe amount of power Angie actually has? I don't know. And thus wants to make her... Again? Yeah, in that case, is this after Aunt Eva's death, where I've thrown off my pursuers? Yeah. On that journey to find out what happened 12 years ago. Oh, that is really, really interesting. Yeah, that's interesting. So this is actually after everything that happened regarding Kasumi. Is that how it went? Do I really have a memory like this? Who is the person at the door going to be? Well, we're definitely going to find out whoever it is. After a knock, the door opened. Somebody rich, then, and the person that must have come here to meet entered along with an assistant. Oh, wonderful. Even after seeing her face, I can't remember who she is. Our sincere apologies for keeping you waiting. Who the fuck is that? This definitely sounds like I'm sorry, this name sounds too normal for Umineko. Hachijo Toya is here. That's a relief. Yeah, the assistant introduced her to me first. And I finally remembered who she was. Jesus Christ, Angie has really bad memory problems at the moment. I thought it was a... Yeah, seriously, God, I just genuinely wonder what's actually happened. Is it some sort of concussion that she's had, or some sort of... Well, no, it was just Juza saying the fact that, you know, she's been asleep. But to be fair, I mean, in a life like Angie's, it doesn't surprise me that that in some cases you'd probably just be so overwhelmed by something that you could potentially forget entirely about what's happening. So this is after what's actually happened 12 years ago, though. I do wonder if maybe after having tried to solve the truth of her family, she's just... emotions have probably collapsed because of the fact that though she obviously found a lot of truth in herself, she didn't really find any truth that was relevant regarding anything with her oh my god, anything regarding her family. God, that was embarrassing, sorry. God, not even remember, you know, having to question the time, it's weird. Excuse me, but are you... Oh. Okay, that was not what I was expecting. Whatever is happening here, it is fucking evil. I'm Hachijo Toya. Let's see if we can find any references. So, obviously, 18. 18? Interesting. I want to see what the kanji of this means right now. Hold up. I bet you anything there's a reference. Right, let's get the kanji recognition. Right, I will see. Let's actually see if there's some sort of reference here. Right. Is that how you write it? Oh, it looks like it was. Right, what does this mean? Castle. Weird. So, as in 8 castles? Oh my god, I don't know where the 8th comes from. Burn Castle. She has castle or some sort of alternate spelling at the literal end of her name. Whoever this is, they have relevance to Burncastle. Bet. 18. What's that a relevant number to? That is interesting. I do wonder who this person is. The magazines were all talking about your book signing event. Supposedly, a mysterious male author showed up wearing sunglasses and a mask. So whoever they've done a fake. Who knows? Never thought you'd be a woman. What's the deal? This person literally asked Kasumi's voice actor. That was just a double arranged for by the editing department. I was the helper standing behind him at the book signing. Oh my god. And now there's a shot. I haven't read your works. But I'll bet you're even more mysterious than your books. Readers only pretend to love books. What? They're even based merely on the name of the author and the brand and think that they've actually read them. God, that's really tricky. No matter what I write in my books, they don't truly read anything. Oh, that is interesting. Jesus Christ, this person is just like, you've said one thing and now she's literally giving you her entire life story and her emotions. This is horrible though, I can totally see this. And it's just interesting when we think about, you know, the without love it cannot be seen quote, and then we think about the understanding of mystery novels that we witnessed last episode, all of the stuff about that, and then we see a really alternate take on it with somebody who doesn't really get any of that and their feelings when there is no mutual understanding between the writer and the reader, really. They just pretend to read so they can look smart and knowledgeable to keep up with the current fad. Why on earth should I expose myself to these people? Why indulge such trash? I see. Interesting. Yeah, it looks like you're Madame Hachijo, alright. This person really is eccentric. Yeah, who is this? This has got to be an occultist, right? No, but the only thing is, why is she popular? If she was an occultist, then I'm sorry, but you cannot tell me you have something like this and there is not something more to you. There's no doubt about it. This is Hachijo Toya herself. Ah, interesting. Hachijo Toya is a mystery novelist who's become the centre of discussion lately. It seems her books themselves have been highly praised, but it's her mysterious debut that's attracted so much attention towards her lately. Last year, she managed to win several different awards for exceptional mystery novels offered by multiple large publishing companies, submitting each of her works under a different pen name. Interesting. And after that, several highly regarded anonymous works were discovered, and one after another, to have been stories she had written in the past under false names. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah, and her popularity soared as she herself became more mysterious than her book. Wow, that is really odd. Whoever this person is, they are mysterious. Despite all of this, the author herself never appeared in public, and everything about her was wrapped in a veil of secrecy. No, that is interesting. However, just a few days ago, this author finally made a public appearance for a book signing, showing up with a mask that covered his face and drawing even more public attention. Now I see that, yeah, and apparently even that had been... No, exactly, yeah, because the person who actually had the mask being covered was, you know, just a helper, a dog's body, whereas, you know, not a dog's body, but a guard, and then, you know, she had been the person in the corner. That's quite interesting. This person really is odd. I do wonder what relevance this person's going to have to the story. Yeah, that is actually really interesting that, yeah. That is really interesting though. So if you're reading a book just because of the fact that a certain author read it, then are you truly engrossing yourself in the content? I mean, obviously it doesn't apply to many situations, but I suppose with this person it may, because of the fact that, you know, you want to learn as much as possible about the author rather than learning anything about any of the content. I don't know. But this is so relevant to a lot of, you know, pop culture today, I find. Nearly everyone I know who's liked really popular songs has just done it to, you know, for attention. It's actually really interesting. So this person is a very good mystery novel writer. And her name is 18, and castle is in it, the kanji for castle. Shit, have I... Oh, good. That is really quite funny. Given this person's radically unconventional track record, yeah, it was hardly a surprise to hear her casually. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah. It was hardly a surprise to hear her casually insult her fans like this. Yeah, isn't it really interesting that this person doesn't really appreciate any of the people who view her media, really? I know quite a lot about you, Ushinomiya Anji-san. She really sounds like Kasumi, but I can't tell if they're the same voice actor. The talk shows have been saying all... Oh, Jesus. Yeah, I'm sure you've heard nothing good. Yes. Yeah, that's horrible. Yeah, nothing good at all. Apparently you employ and fire people who win. Ah, yes. I love my favourite thing called evidence. Try to resolve everything with money and care nothing for the law as long as you get your own way. Jesus Christ. Yeah, sounds about right. You're not meant to agree with that. You were going to get a punch in the face. You've already stroked her cheek. Bit weird. However, that is interesting. I really do wonder what, you know, these people are actually going to do. However, I happen to like intelligent people like you. Is that why you agreed to meet with me? Yeah, exactly. Oh, you're the only person who's managed to spot that Itoi Kukoro Reigo Namu. Jesus Christ, that is a long name. Is another pen name used by me, Hachido Toya. I wonder what the kanji actually looks like. That's actually quite impressive. 0576? Is that what he said? Oh yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, it was a pretty strange pen name. Yeah, because I suppose Rei 0 and then Go 5, Na 7 and then M 6. So 0 5 7 6 0 5 7 6. To is 10. I don't know what E is. Ku is 9. Oh. Wait, what about 8? It's not here though. I don't understand this. It's a pretty strange pen name. Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Yeah. However, if you match the Japanese syllables to numbers, you read it as 11019960576. Yeah. 1101965. Right. What is the Umineko date? Is it 07? Oh, what is it? 1129. Oh, just give me the fucking number. Oh my god. Where is it? I don't want the solution. Is there a summary? 07151129. Right, let's see if we can... No, there's no reference. 07151129. Nah, there really isn't anything. No. 11,019,960,576. This massive number is equal to 18 on to the 8th power. Oh, that's interesting. 18 to the 8th power. And obviously, yeah, 18 to the 8th. In Japanese, Toya no Hachijo. Oh, no, I see that. Yeah, that's genius. Or in other words, Hachijo Toya. That's cool. That is actually a really nice Easter egg. Wow. Very well done. I was quite impressed. In fact, I was so impressed I decided to let you meet me in person. Welcome to my mansion, child of man. Her manner of speaking was extremely condescending. I know, it really just sounds as if she is so superior and she's talking down to somebody. Yeah, but perhaps because of her elegant manner, it didn't feel particularly irritating. No, I see that, yeah. This person had a sort of majestic grandeur about her, which made that style of speech seem almost natural. No, I see that, yeah, at least that's how it felt to me. In fact, it felt almost as though this was the manifestation of some noble being, who would have no need to show herself before mere humans under normal circumstances. Yeah, it's interesting that. Since I'm not particularly a fan of hers, I guess this is proof that her mysterious charisma... Yeah, fair. Yeah, really is nothing to be laughed at. I really do wonder what's actually going to happen with this character. However, I didn't come here to talk about Hachido Toya, the mystery novelist. What did they come to talk... Oh, interesting. I'm interested in Ito... Yeah, so... 1, 10, 1... No, wait, no. Where's To again? Wait, no, it can't be 10. Is it? I don't know. Toga is the 10th day of the month. So that's kind of what I'm basing it on. Well, that's 1, and that's 1 again. 9, and then Lo could be 6. And that's 6 as well. And that's 0, and that's 5, 7. Don't know about To, though. It's probably 10, I don't know, though. Wait, does it... Yeah, it is 10. Yeah, it just seemed kind of odd for it to be 10, but it is. Yeah, ironic this. The mysterious web author who only released her works over the internet. Ah, this is going to be quite cool. Around the Japanese parts of the internet, Ito Ikukoro is an extremely famous witch hunter. That is not what I was expecting whatsoever. Ah, however, she isn't a big opinion leader like Professor Ortski. Oh my god, I remember Ortski. He was cool. Ooh, that's interesting. She's one of those message bottle forgers who are always the centre of vigorous debate. Yeah, this is interesting. Message bottle forgers are, as the name suggests, people who forge and post the contents of what purport to be mystery message bottles detailing the events of the Genjima incident. Yep, now we see why it's in Umineko. They claim to have discovered a new message bottle and post either a very similar counterfeit story or a new theory with their own interpretation of the truth. all of which are supposedly written by Ushiromi Amaria. Interesting that, yeah, in so doing, they openly take on the name Ushiromi Amaria, writing up new bizarre tales as if they'd been present themselves and knew the truth. They then send these stories out into the newest sea discovered by humankind, the internet, claiming that it's the third or fourth message bottle. Yeah, because this is 1998, the internet would be big in Japan by this time. I don't know if you guys have watched the film All About Lily Chocho, but that's set in, I think it's 2001, and it's a really, really significant part about just the beginnings of the internet and beginnings of problems caused by the isolation people can feel on it. To be fair, it isn't necessarily a problem there, but, you know, isolation of the internet, even though it provides you with happiness, distancing yourself from your regular life. No, but at the same time, if your regular life is really bad, like it was in the show, then is it really that bad? I don't know, it's debatable. Oh, fucking hell, I can't have the window open. Come on. That is interesting. I wonder if they're actually going to be anything accurate. All of the first forgers were either simple pranksters or crooks trying to swindle collectors. Now I see that, yeah. Eventually, though, people who claim to have solved the riddles of the message bottle tales and reached the truth started to appear. Oh, that's interesting. And they started creating original works on their own. Third and fourth message bottles from Ushiromi Amaria, as though they had moved over to the riddle teller's side. Interesting. These people rewrote the tale of the witch with whatever interpretations they wanted to. And every once in a while, parts of their theories would gain big followings on the net. Yeah, some of these creations grew to be so widely trusted that they were believed to contain some grain of truth. God, yeah, isn't it ironic to think that, you know, these creations are so widely trusted? By the way, why is creations in quotation marks? The more rigid witch hunters openly despise these people, calling them forgers, counterfeits, or just witches. Though they claim to have reached the truth, they refused to tell anyone and created fake message bottles as though testing everyone else. Yeah, that is interesting. It was no surprise that more straight-laced witch hunters were seriously annoyed by these forgers. Yeah, it's interesting that because it's just an insult to their intellect, really. However, among those who simply like to entertain themselves with the occult fantasy of Rokkenjima, an extremely small number accepted these creations as literary works. Glad of these additions to the mysterious tale. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Ito Ikugoro was one of the most highly regarded of these forgers. Right. Yeah, that's weird. I've read that one. That's one hell of a hobby you've got there, killing off other people's families however you like. Yeah. Are we not going to discuss the fact that the title is exactly proportional to what Lambda has? Maybe, whoever this is, they could potentially be some sort of piece with knowledge of the fifth game. Who knows? Or maybe all of the tales that have actually been written. We need more information for this, but maybe all of the tales could have been imagined. All of the tales that we've read could have been imagined by somebody else. And we're seeing what the culprit would actually imagine for the tales, maybe. We need more evidence for it, but that could be something.
それが言いたいためだけにわざわざ
Did you come all the way here just to say that?
いいえ、違うでしょう。後ろ宮家の最後の末裔よ。
No. I do find it really interesting that this really, I think just from something like this, you can really, really tell the fact that she definitely has some sort of, you know, really high and imposing presence. Yeah, did you come all the way just to say that? I think not final descendant of the Ushinomiya family. Yeah, interesting. She definitely knows a lot about her. In her latest forgery, End, she killed off 7 members of my family. At least during the actual story. Yeah, that's weird. No, if you count Alliance and Banquet, the other forgeries she's made before now, then she's killed off most of my family in horrible ways over and over again. Is it coincidence that the names are the same? I'm sorry, but how the fuck can that be coincidence? Yeah, that is weird. Oh, I really do wonder. Whoever this person is, they are big. By the way, can I just say that this person is probably one of the most powerful people in Umineko? Or maybe... However, all of her works are known for being in both form of level and perfection. Closest tales to those written by Ushinomiya Maria herself. That's interesting. In particular, Itoik Goro's first forgery, Banquet of the Golden Witch, managed to fit everything, including Ushinomiya's escape to Kuwadorian. People who wondered whether this might be the true story of Genjima. Yeah, definitely. If it's a solution to Banquet of the Golden Witch, and this is the world after Episode 3, then could be. People wonder whether this might be the true story of Genjima, and it even made it onto the talk shows. That's weird. Yeah, so far, all of these tales have been nothing more than electronic text on a web. However, people will eventually realise that Ito Goro is actually, Hachido Toya. Yeah, I mean, though it is a pretty hard thing to spot, it is going to be done soon. Yeah, when that happens, they'll become the works of that bizarre Hachijo, and no one will think of them as mere fan creations. Yeah, fair enough, actually, yeah. People will probably start wondering if this might actually be a third message bottle she found and released under the guise of the story she herself wrote. Yeah, when that happens, these stories will probably be seen, even more bizarre and credible. That is interesting. Now, interesting that Banquet of the Golden Witch is the first forgery. Third episode, we have the 2 message bottles, which... we have 2 message bottles in the island, and then we have Banquet of the Golden Witch. So, could you imagine if the first 2 stories are forged by the message bottles, and then Banquet of the Golden Witch is forged by her? Then, again, how are the ideas of the game board decided if these people can entirely predict what has happened? I just don't understand. I mean, maybe it's just a coincidence that the name is similar, but I just don't understand how you would make a name that's exactly the same 3 times in a row to what we know. I don't think it's a coincidence. Yeah, they'll seem even more credible because of the fact that she's known as being a really mysterious and odd mystery writer who has released several really highly awarding names in different... works in different names. Yeah, you're pretty cunning, aren't you? I see that, yeah. Why do you say that? Yeah, I see that, yeah. You're doing this to make your forgeries seem more mysterious and more credible. And what do you mean by credible? Once you've gained credibility, your forgeries will rise to the level of the truth. Rise to the level of truth. How foolish. Damn! She definitely isn't.
私の作品には必要ありません。
Such a thing is not necessary for my works.
なぜならあなたの作品は偽書ではなく真実だから。
Are you saying that because your works are truth and not mere forgeries?
ええ。
Yeah, that is interesting.
真実なのですから消化など不要。
No, but at the same time, are they really truth? Are they just truth that you perceive, or are they objective truth? They are truth, so there's no need for them to rise into anything.
あなたはマリアお姉ちゃんじゃない。
No, but no, I see that. Yeah, you aren't Maria One-chan. Yeah, so how does she know?
ましてやあの日の六軒島にも存在しない。
Agreed, yeah. And you definitely weren't on Rokkenjima that day.
なのにどうして真実などとおこがまし
Yeah,
い
no,
ことを。
no, I agree. So how can you be so absurd as to call this the truth?
お嬢、頭に血が上りすぎですぜ。
Hey, don't lose your cool, lady.
うるさいわね。私のどこがそうだってのよ。
To be fair, I mean, even though she sounds a little bit more audibly cross, she did say that in a very composed manner. What makes you think I'm losing my cool? And you half realised that she'd let her emotions get the better of her. No, I see that. Yeah, she let out a silence from. Yeah, that's awful. I mean, you know, this could potentially be some sort of... I mean, I kind of get the impression that, you know, this is a real insult. And she just feels offended. The fact that somebody can pretend to claim that they have the truth. But the only thing is, I don't even disagree with the fact that there may be a possibility that she does have the truth. And it is weird. Yeah.
あなたがここへ来た理由は
Your reason for coming here?
親族を偽書の中で何度も殺めた私をなじるためではないでしょ。
It wasn't to yell at me for killing your family several times within my forgeries career. Hachijo had been smiling at Angie kindly, but in a condescending manner. Oh yeah, just a manner as if she is totally superior and she is just looking at an inferior being. Yeah, or else like a mother might watch over a very small child. Angie realised this and was unable to suppress her irritation. No, I do see that, totally being looked down on. Apparently, Amakusa could tell that Angie was getting worked up. Yeah, good. Yeah, he joked around with her for a bit so they could start the conversation over again from the beginning. Whoever this person is, they're firstly very mysterious. Secondly, they are really quite odd in terms of... Firstly, how traditional and really... I don't know, it just looks so different from any sort of normal house you would see, or is that just me? I don't know, her house just looks like something you would expect of some sort of really big occult fan. I don't know. It just gives me that vibe. Especially with your typical library filled with books. Oh, the thing you came here to hear. Yes, the truth I've reached, is it not? No, but no, that is a really good question. Yeah, why are you so sure that you've reached the truth? Right, this is going to be interesting. Ah, because I've understood all the tales. Isn't it interesting to think that what actually defies the tales? How do you define which tales are actually tales? What about the invalid ones? Does that mean you've understood the valid and the invalid ones? Because a lot of the invalid ones, they're going to be written by totally different people who have different ideas of who the culprit should be. Yeah. Yeah, I'm asking you why you're so sure about that. Do you think the sun ever revolved around the earth? Hachijo suddenly started talking about the Ptolemaic theory. Angie was about to tell her not to answer questions with more questions. Oh yeah, of course. But she quickly realised what Hachijo meant. Humans used to support the Ptolemaic theory. However, that theory has been rejected in the modern age. Does this mean that at the instant that theory was rejected, the sun stopped moving and the earth started revolving around the sun? So what actually is the Ptolemaic theory? I've never heard of that before. So the theory that the Earth is stationary is the stationary center of the universe, with planets moving in epicyclic orbits within surrounding concentric spheres. Oh, interesting. Yeah, 150 CE. God. Interesting. By the way, I know this may be just like a little sprite Easter egg, but her face looks so similar to Berncastle's here. Or is that just me? Oh, that is really, really interesting. So it's basically saying that with a theory, if you reject what the theory is actually saying, then the truth that is actually created, does that mean that everything that is relying around your truth just stops, and then the things that your truth influences change? Because of the fact that your belief changes and the truth changes. I don't know. Is it me, or this really looks like some sort of portrait from the Sonozaki house? And, you know, the trees that lead to their dungeon in Higurashi. Yeah, the truth doesn't change based on what humans believe. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Then right now, your denial of my truth means exactly the same thing. The idea of heliocentrism was proposed by several scholars before Galileo. Yeah, however, it was hard to objectively prove that that theory using the scientific techniques available at the time. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Yeah. Even so, that didn't change what the truth was. Yeah. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, isn't it really interesting that you can have loads of theories, but at the same time they are never going to change what the truth is. Perceived truth is going to change, but objective truth won't. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, it is interesting that. So you're saying that the truth is still the truth whether you can prove it or not? Correct. In the future. Oh, yeah, interesting, because obviously the episodes 6, 7 and 8 are also going to be written about, I'd assume, in the future, when the full truth finally becomes known. Yeah, that is interesting. No, but what I find really, really interesting is this is either someone who has some sort of really weird vision, and maybe her illusions is what actually create... I don't know, her illusions are what actually create the tales that we are reading, or maybe this is some sort of thing that can mean, I don't know, maybe like the culprit or the game masters or everything that happens is actually predictable when you find some sort of pattern. But the only thing is, I don't get how you could predict any of this. I just don't understand how you'd find it without having some sort of knowledge of the game board and being a piece. Apparently, Angie just couldn't Oh, yeah, couldn't stand Hachijo's attitude. Yeah, no, I do see that, yeah. Yeah, and, you know, it is especially the case because, you know, Hachijo is really, really just talking so... in such a sort of superior manner, and obviously incompassionate manner as well. Yeah, she kept getting irritated, and every time Amakusa would joke around until she settles down again. Well, gosh, she really, really is lucky that Amakusa is here. If she didn't get irritated, no, sorry, if she did get irritated without Amakusa being there, then Yeah, I kind of get the impression she would have been asked to leave. However, there could be no mistake that Hachijo was a genius. No, I don't disagree, yeah. And had used her extraordinary intuition to form a most interesting outlook on the events that had occurred on that island. Yeah, and I mean, it is interesting that she says she has discovered the truth. And it's as if, you know, the objective truth doesn't change no matter what happens. But if she's found that objective truth, then she can give it to other people. It's just they have to interpret it, and because you could be given a truth that is fully realistic, but at the same time, if you don't have the interpretation powers of thinking that is the truth, then, you know, you can't view it as it. That's why Angie had wanted to contact Ito Ikoro and hear her views. Yeah. Yeah. Still, this meeting truly has been fortunate for Angie. Yeah, she hadn't been absolutely sure that Itoki Koro was Hachijo Toya. And she hadn't thought that the publishing company would really contact the author. Yeah. And moreover, she hadn't dreamed that the mysterious masked author would grant her an interview. Yeah, under such short notice. It is actually surprising, yeah, I do see that. The more she thought about it, the more she realised that the sum of the events leading to this meeting made for nothing short of a miracle. Yeah, ironic that, yeah. It's a miracle. After all, in almost all cases, I'd never be contacted by the publishing company. Yeah, that is really odd, and would leave Nijima the next day. Yeah, that is weird. Yeah, I really do wonder what's actually going to happen in relation to what's happened in episode 4. I can't tell if we're meant to treat this as a different game board, or if we're just meant to look at this within the same timeline as episode 4. Yeah, so that is actually really interesting. So she's asked the publishing company for an interview. The publishing company has contacted the author for one small customer out of everyone in, you know, the market that she's actually attracted. She's asked Hachijo Toya to actually do an interview. Toya has said yes, and then, yeah, under such a short notice as well. I do see that, yeah. Yeah, it really, really is just an inexplicably low possibility. Yeah, and that is such a coincidence. I'd leave for Nijima, then go on to Rokkenjima. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's interesting, yeah. And then give One-chan a Sakutaro stuffed animal. Huh? Why a Sakutaro stuffed animal? That is really odd. Yeah, that is a really, really good point. How the hell does she know what she's actually done in episode 4? But it is interesting. This just kind of sounds like... No, but look. So this... I was right to think about this. Right, where is the... Yeah. In almost all cases, as if you're omniscient of all of the times after 1986. Yeah, Memory of the Future of episode 3. Yeah. My memory of the future is all muddled. My head hurts. Yeah, I really do wonder what's actually happening to Angie. Fragments could potentially... Ooh. Hachijo said something about showing Angie something good, rose from the sofa and headed to the study desk. When she turned her back, Amakusa asked Angie, who seemed to be troubled by something, if she was okay. Yeah, that's nice. He really is a nice guy. Hey, Amakusa.
私っていつからここにいるの？
How long have I been here?
はあ
What?
さっきから様子がおかしいですぜ。
You've been looking weird for a while
何
now.
事ですかい
What's going on?
私いつからここに座ってるのか記憶
That
が
is
ない。
seriously weird. I can't remember how long I've been sitting here.
まだ寝ぼけてんですかい
Now, it is really interesting that you could either... So let's just think about Higurashi. Right, Higurashi spoilers, but, you know, when, for example, Keiichi and Tsumi Horoboshi, one of the best scenes in the entire VN, where he remembers, you know, everything that had happened with Onikakushi, and, you know, he obviously has one of the saddest apologies with you know, Rika, Mion, Satoko. Yeah, when we see that scene, yeah, basically, he has a memory of the past fragment. In this case, though, it's not really a memory of the past fragment, which obviously in Higurashi would always be used to benefit people because they'd remember some sort of thing that, you know, if changed, would prevent a cause of their demise. But this time, it's more like she is just getting all of the memories of the future and the past of fragments totally muddled up. It is odd. Are you still half asleep?
そうじゃなくて、
That's not it.
だって私は確か大月教授とはアポイントが取れてたけど、伊藤育九郎の件では出版社から返事がなくて。
I mean, I was able to get an appointment with Professor Otsuki, but the publishing company never got back to me about Ito
結
Ikukoro.
局この日は一日何もできなかったんじゃなかったっけ？
So in the end, I was stuck, unable to do anything the entire day, right?
は
Huh?
天草はあの大きな黒いバッグを受け取りに行ったんじゃなかったっけ？
Amakusa, you went to go get that large black bag, didn't you? That's right. Just before we left for Nijima, Amakusa and I parted ways just one time. Yeah, funny that, yeah. He said something about getting a weapon from an acquaintance of his, and he went to go get that large black bag. Wasn't that... Yeah, that is weird. What is happening to her? Genuinely. What am I talking about? No, but my point was, it's either some sort of really weird supernatural fragment related stuff, or it's mental problems, really. I don't really know what's happening because I don't know much about these, but I'm sure there could be something going on. I don't know, though. What am I talking about? I mean, didn't I go to Nijima? Meet Captain Kawabata. And inside the bed shop, I saw Sakutaro. Yeah, I bet. What? She saw Sakutaro.
どうしま
That's
し
what I
た？
think. Something wrong. Did my confusion and uncertainty make me sigh out loud? Even though Hachijo's back was to me. Maybe she didn't sigh out, but maybe Hachijo, you know, she gives a really imposing presence. I kind of get the impression that she just somehow sensed it. Even though Hachijo's back was to me, she slowly turned around and smiled as though... Yeah, that is weird, and smiled as though she appeared into my heart.
いいえ、何も。
No, it's nothing. Is it? Strange memories, ones that I can't even understand. Yeah, that is really, really weird. I tried to hide my confusion. But for some reason, Hachijo had a strange glint in her eyes. As though she could read my... That is interesting.
私は何冊もの記書の中で何度もあなたのご
Jesus
親族を
Christ, yeah.
蘇らせては殺す。
I have revived and killed your family several times within various
ま
forgeries.
るで魔女のように。
Almost like a witch might.
好きなだけ蘇ら
I
せ
do
て
wonder what she's going to show
好き
Angie.
なだけ殺す。
Reviving and killing them whenever you like.
無限に。
Yes, endlessly.
まるでベアトリーチェね。
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, sounds almost like Beatrice, doesn't it?
ええ。
Yes, it does.
だから私はやはりネット上で彼らがそう呼ぶように
So please follow the lead of all of those people on the web
魔女なのかと思って。
and consider the possibility that I might be a witch. Oh yeah, that's really interesting. She took a thickly packed brown envelope out of a locked drawer. Nah, you've got to be. Oh, right. What about the, what is it? 071511129 envelope that obviously you entered that into a bank safe and then you got £100,000, I think, $100,000, and you also had a mysterious key and stuff like that. Yeah, I do wonder what the connection with her and that is going to be. That is, if there is a connection. It appeared to be filled to the brim with printer paper. Perhaps this was a manuscript for one of her work. Oh. The neat letters written with a fountain pen on the envelope. Spelled out. Yeah, that is fucking weird. Spelled out the word Dawn. There was no forgery by the name of the... No, there was no forgery by the name of Dawn. Which must mean... Angie could tell. Yeah, this is a new one. Yeah, I see why it's some good stuff. Yeah, Hachijo's newest unreleased forgery.
Dawn of the Golden Witch.
Dawn of the Golden Witch. I think that's what we're playing.
全てを知る私には全てが退屈。
For one such as I, who knows everything, everything is boring.
しかし何も知らぬ無知にそれを読ませ、何がしかの反応を得る
Jesus
ことは
Christ, she
嫌い
sounds
ではない
arrogant. She really does sound like a person who is an absolute genius and who is above everybody, but at the same time, nah, she really does have typical witch syndrome. You're above everybody and you view everybody below you as either inferior or, you know, people you can kill easily or, you know, just, you know, imprudent, really. By the way, we've got... Yeah, let's actually read this. A really odd outfit, my god. Yeah, that is weird. I do wonder... That is really interesting. Interesting about Angie. I really do wonder what's actually happened to her. The fact that she realised the truth and she was actually able to gain a severe amount of magical power from that. I wonder if that's the stuff about love that we saw in episode 4 with her battle against Kasumi. Isn't it really interesting to think that, you know, the stuff regarding witch-related conversation... Yeah, consider the possibility that I may be a witch. It is interesting that. I do wonder why. For one such as I, who knows everything, everything is boring. Yeah, emphasis on boredom right there. However, I don't dislike letting the ignorant read my works to see what kind of reactions they
だからあ
have.
なたに読んでほしい。
God, you are so arrogant. Fucking hell. And so, I want you to read it.
新しい無限の魔女としての新作を
You want me to read your newest work, which you've created as the New Endless Witch?
そうです。人の子よ。
Odd. Correct, child
あ
of
な
mine.
たが憤慨しようとも簡単しようともそれは私の病を一時忘れさせる
That is really weird. Whether you resent it or admire it, you can help me forget my illness for a time. Illness is boredom, right?
もう茶番は終わりにしましょう
Let's put an end to this farce, shall we?
あんたは誰
Yeah, that is a really good question. Who are you?
私の記憶にこんな出会いはないわ
I don't remember ever meeting you like this. Yes, I did try to contact Hachijo Toya, but in the end, I never got a chance to meet her. In other words, all of this is a falsehood.
今度は私は誰の駒
Whose piece am I this time?
悪いけどこの後ろ宮エンジェ
Sorry, but if you think you can tame Ushinomiya Angie so easily,
飼いならせると思ったら大間違いよ
you're making a big mistake.
やはりそなたは面白いかな
She definitely sounds like she has, you know, the really, a view of the world like a witch would in terms of boredom. You know, yes, I hope you'd be this interesting. Yeah, that is interesting. Just no sense of danger or fear whatsoever. Instead, you know, laughing because of the fact that it's a different situation to what you're used to. And yeah, she finally couldn't hold it back and burst out laughing. God, that's horrible. That is weird. Gradually, the space around them seemed to be filled with a strange purple mist. The room itself seemed to twist them. Don't tell me that they're going into the fragment world. Oh! Her figure also twisted. And after something that couldn't be described elapsed, her form changed to become what she had just called herself. A witch. Oh yeah, that is interesting. Oh my god! Splendid! She is actually a witch. You did well to see through him. That is really, really interesting. So whoever this person is, they have tried to use Angie for their own gain, I'm assuming. But the only thing is, I just genuinely don't understand. What is this person? What does she want? What is her reason? Well, obviously to cure boredom. But, you know, what is her reason for coming onto the game board? Isn't it really quite interesting to think that Angie has never actually remembered, you know, initially meeting this person? By the way, her horns as well, that's really quite odd. She could potentially be the new Endless Witch, though. That's kind of scary. Whoever this person is, I kind of get the impression that she is the person who exists after episode 6? I don't know. You'd about to see through my veil. Yeah, and it is really interesting that it just seems I'm the type witches just love to cling to. Ah, yeah, I see that. Yeah, you all have that same condescending tone towards humans. I figured you were a witch right away. And it is interesting, if this person is actually a witch, then it makes sense if they've exactly predicted all of the tales before now. The novelist sitting on the sofa was nowhere to be seen. Oh, that's interesting. Even Angie's bodyguard, who was supposed to be around at times like this, was... That's fucking weird. There was only a non-human figure relaxing in a large, ornate rocking chair. Find you truly intriguing, child. Yeah, this person is old, whoever they are. Yeah, well, I don't see anything charming about this. No, I don't either. Yeah. Why am I alive? Wasn't I killed in a pretty nasty way for breaking the rule about revealing my name? To be honest, I did doubt that those people would just let me go so easily. What kind of farce will I be forced to go along with this time? I really don't care. I'll just do whatever I can within the bounds of the role they gave me. Whatever I can to help on Yi-chan. Of course I understand. Even if he wins, he'll never come... Yeah, that's the horrible thing, yeah. But that is really interesting. That this Angie right here, it's as if she has died in episode 4, and yet now, after she's actually finished her life, she's been able to somehow be transported to some sort of other world. And it is really interesting that she doesn't remember anything and nothing adds up whatsoever. It's as if reality has just been created for her so that she would fall into this witch's farce. And it is really interesting, the miraculous conditions which allowed them to speak. And it also is interesting to think who this person is and what they want. And their connections with the game board as well. Whoever they are, they have a massive connection with everything. It's just interesting to think how this kind of ties in with everything that we've learnt so far. Yeah, but that is really interesting that Angie was reduced to Angie Burger because of the fact that she had actually revealed her name. And yeah, I do remember Lambda saying, like, never reveal your name because of the fact that it will just create complications. Yeah, that is interesting. So that was the initial reason that she had to die. She was also too powerful for the game board. Even so, I'll struggle on. Yeah, I'll make sure Oni-chan comes back to the me of that day. Yeah, that is nice. No need to lose your temper. I'm not asking you to be at peace. Then why did you summon me here? Don't tell me you want me to read this new story or whatever it is you've written. I said it exactly. I do not want you to be my peace. Yeah, that is interesting. I've always been a mere observer. I'm surprised, and I have no intention of sticking mannequin to their game. I don't get it. Yeah, exactly though. What is it you want from me? Is it me, or that just sounds way too simple to be true? And to be the thing that... I don't know, the concept that without any... The true concept without any lies that have actually been inserted. Like, for example, if you say, I don't know, if you tell somebody, for example, to go and get me a glass of water, but then you realise on the way of getting a glass of water, there's actually some sort of pitfall trap that makes it so that you die and you're poisoned to death or something ridiculous like that. Like, what I'm trying to say is it really that simple, or will it potentially be one of the biggest adventures and most highest in terms of death risk adventures you will ever have in your life? Who knows? An observer? I like that. I don't really get it, but no deal. In the past. So she's probably found out the truth. I observed the fragments through Battler's eyes. Oh, that's interesting. Wait, you have got to be kidding me. So is Angie going to be a substitute for Battler? What? In terms of inside the game board? What? However, now that he has succeeded the position of Game Master, he is not a super tool observer. I'm following this tale with true and earnest intentions. Yeah. No, I do see that. So now I see why it's on the other side of the chessboard. Yeah, I'm following this tale with true and earnest intentions. It would be such a waste to observe it through the eyes of Battler as he is now, like reading a detective novel backwards. Yeah, Oni-chan is the game master. Oh, she's probably going to be so proud when she hears this. What on earth are you talking about? Yeah, you must have no clue what it's all about. You want to know, don't you? I want to know too. Oh yeah, fair. Isn't it really interesting to think what this person has actually done is, you know, she's totally lured Angie in, and she's actually made it so that Angie is basically just an aid to her entertainment. That is genuinely the only motive she actually wants to. And isn't it really interesting, whoever this person is, she wants to solve the mystery as if it is an actual mystery. You're not telling me that this person is a really, really powerful witch, and yet she has no evil intentions. She just wants to have the entertainment of actually seeing how the story's going to flesh out and how it's going to go, like us, really. You're not telling me that this person is like us. I'm sorry, but there is no way. There is not more to her than that. No way I can believe that. Yeah, that is really interesting. So it's a waste to actually view it from the eyes of somebody who is, you know, omniscient of it all and knowing of the truth, and rather than actually being able to find the truth and realizing everything that happens with the truth and, you know, the intensive making of the game and making the game board, she wants to see how the results of Butler's game board affect the people who are there. Yeah, I see that. Like, she doesn't want the detective novel to be from the detective's point of view, or a person with more knowledge than the detective herself.
So してバトラが至ったという真実がどのようなものか、私の自らの思考の旅で追いたいのだ。
Furthermore, I wish to search for the truth Battler reached as part of my own mental journey. Oh, that is really interesting, the truth regarding Beatrice.
私は病の深きに
Yeah, my illness affects me gravely.
考えねば鼓動を続けることさえかなわぬ。
Jesus Christ. This person is old. If I do not think, I cannot keep my heart beating. Isn't it interesting to think that without thinking and that without riddle solving or just anything to keep the brain busy, boredom has affected this person so ridiculously much that, you know, they just cannot live. It's absurd to think. I mean, my god. So...
あんたは新しい絵本を私に朗読してもらいたいってわけ？
Yeah, you want me to read your new picture book along aloud to you?
そういう解釈でよい。
That is so surprising. I thought this was going to be something of, you know, unquestionable malice, insurmountable malice. But no, you might as well interpret it that
見
way.
返りにそなたもまた自由に思考を旅することができる。
That's going to be interesting. In exchange, you will also be able to take part in your own journey of the mind.
そなたとて未だ真相には至って
Oh, yeah.
いないはず。
I do believe that even you have yet to reach the
続
truth.
けたいはずだ。
I think you want to continue.
真相を知る旅を。
Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It is really interesting to think that even though everything regarding the, you know, her presence in Dokkenjima was really quite beneficial into finding out more about herself and her true potential, it wasn't beneficial when finding out the truth.
あんたに得をさせる義理がないわ。
Yeah, I don't owe you anything.
生きがるな。
Do not push your luck.
私は時に寛大だが、多くの場合そうではない。
I can be lenient at times, but such cases are rare. Yeah, it's a really, really imposing presence. Angie hadn't yet reached the truth either, though she knew that the game was a little more than a toy for the amusement of those witches. Yeah. She wanted it to resume so that she could follow the tale when closed in on the king called Truth. Yeah.
私は私が真実に至るために物語を追うかもしれないけれど、
I might explore the tale to find the truth for myself.
あんたのために最後まで朗読する義理はないわ。
Yeah, but I have no obligation to read it aloud until the end for your
意
sake.
味はわかる？
I understand. Angie was still willing to read the story out loud, but she couldn't quit at any time if this witch made her mad. Yeah, but she could quit at any time if this witch made her mad. She was, in effect, warning the witch not to annoy her. Fair,
無論だ。
Yeah, and it is really interesting to think that, you know, this person is so absurdly affected by boredom that this is the measure that she will take just so that she can have a remote amount of entertainment. It's horrible. I mean, I can't imagine how... Isn't it interesting to think that if these people don't keep themselves occupied for a day, they've lived for so long that they could potentially risk insanity? It's ridiculous. It
絵
really
本
is.
と称したが、私にとっては死に至る
Yeah.
病への唯一の薬。
Yeah. You call it a picture book, but to me, it is the only medicine for a fatal illness.
そなたの介添えなくして飲むこともできぬもの。
Yeah, I cannot take that medicine without you to assist me.
す
Yeah,
な
I
わ
see
ち
that.
総理強制だ。
Yeah, so this person actually is able to get all of the relief from her boredom and, you know, medicine to her illness, as she puts it. But, yeah, Angie is also able to furtherly find out the truth and is probably going to be able to experience another Dokkenjima. Now, I really do wonder if there are going to be 19 people, because Erika and Angie. That is going to be really interesting if that's the case. But at the same time, what about Basila? Is he actually going to be in the game board, or is he not going to be there whatsoever? I don't know. Or maybe it's just as if she wants to see the story from a person who is actually discovering its point of view, rather than from the person who has actually known everything. I think it's more like that. I think Basila is still going to be in the game board. I'm not entirely sure though, it's hard to tell.
あんたが寝入るまで私に本を朗読しろと。
Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, so you're telling me to read a book to you until you fall asleep, even though this person is probably over 1,000 years old,
その代
judging by
わ
the fact that she's an
り
endless
私にも
witch.
読むことを許す。
And in exchange, you will let me read it too.
そういうことね。
Is that right? Yeah.
そうだ。
Precisely.
引き受けてくれるならば、しばしの一時。
If you... Ooh, interesting theme. Over the sky. If you are willing to accept...
私の朗読者に任ずる。
If you are willing to accept, I shall ask that you become my reader for a time.
偉そうな役職名だけど、所詮はただの本読みでしょ。
I know, it just sounds really, really like she is in... Let's say she accepted this deal, hypothetically. She would be really, really naive. It's as if she has accepted something she really does not know the weight of. I don't know, though. It's really hard to tell. Oh, it's nice to get my own title, but all you really want me to do is read books, right?
私の朗読者であるということは、私の使いであるということ。
Similar to becoming a piece of furniture? Becoming my reader means the same as becoming my
す
familiar.
なわち、そなたへの干渉は私への干渉。
In other words, what is done against you will be done against
私
me.
はベアトリーチェの物語の続きを読みたいという唯一の興味を何者にも邪魔されることを許さぬ。そなたをもてあそんだベルンカステルもラムダデルタも、無論ベアトリーチェさえもそなたに対して一切の強制力を持つことは
That's really
許さぬ。
interesting. I will not permit anyone to disrupt my only interest, that being to read the rest of Beatrice's tale. I will not let Berncastle, Lambda Delta, or even Beatrice force anything upon you. The switch, who seems to have an almost divine quality to her. Yeah, seriously, yeah, spoke both quietly and forcefully. No, I see that, yeah, you see, whenever you see a person that is really using their anger in the most calm, well, not really anger, but they're imposing such an presence of severity in such a calm and subtle way. Those are always the people that convey the most, rather than the people who are always, you know, using their totally fierce shouting voices to convey authority. There was no threat in her words. However, even so, it was clear that she was on a different level than... Yeah, a different level than Berncastle and the other witches. Oh, no way. You need to be fully informed about what you're doing before you actually do this. Yeah, and not at all to be taken lightly.
本を読ませる代わりに私を保護してくれると。
Will she, though? So you'll offer me protection if I agree to read your book?
無論だ。
Of course.
私は朗読を望んでいる。それを邪魔する者は何人であれ許しはしない。
What I want is for you to read aloud to me. I will not spare any who attempt to stand in the way of that.
私の態度が横柄に感じるならば謝ろう。人の子よ。
If my attitude seems arrogant to you, allow me to apologize, child of man.
私はこれでもそなたに最大の敬意を持って語りかけている。
That's interesting. It may not seem so, but I'm speaking to you with the utmost respect.
みたいね。
Jesus Christ. I mean, to be fair, I don't disagree that this is a mature and respectful conversation. But at the same time, let's be honest, this person is probably at the moment being driven mad in the head by absolute amounts of boredom. So, you know, if she can then muster herself to create a really mature and respectful conversation, it is fair that, you know, it's seemed as something that's actually quite difficult for her to do. But the only thing that I find really interesting is if this is her point where she's actually making an effort to, you know, be as respectful as possible, what are her low points going to be like? This is why I think Angie could potentially be making a mistake. Though her motive sounds so absurdly innocent, I just feel like it's going to be anything but that. I don't know. Yeah, probably.
その魔女らしい口調さえ。
Oh yeah, even that witch-like style of speech.
どうやらあんたの中では数百年ぶりに見せた敬意って感じがするわ。
Yeah, feels like it's got to be the most respectful thing you've said in the last few hundred years.
そなたは本を読むとき、本によろしくお願いしますと語りかけてから表紙をめくるか？
When you're reading a book, do you tell it thank you very much before flipping through the pages?
そういうことよね。
I guess it is like that.
理解したわ。
I understand. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, just by agreeing to have a conversation with Angie, she was showing an incredible amount of respect and willingness to compromise. Angie shrugged, but she also nodded to show her consent.
いいわ。
Sure,
あんたの朗読者を引き受ける。
I'll be your reader.
あんたが私に同意を求めた時点で最大の敬意を表したことを理解したわ。
Yeah, that's interesting. I get that you showed a ton of respect just by asking for my consent, and that really shows the extent of how forceful she could potentially be. But the only thing is, it has a mutual benefit. It has a mutual benefit. I feel like if a story wasn't actually going to give her much entertainment at all, then she wouldn't ask for this mutual benefit. She wouldn't care whatsoever. She'd just impose her desire on somebody. She'd force them to become the reader. But I think because of the fact that this time, if she does a deal out of respect, the reader's going to be there for a longer time. So as a result, it's going to be more interesting for her. And, you know, her awful boredom is not going to be able to torment her. I mean, Jesus Christ, you've lived for probably around 1,000 years, and yet one day is all it takes to go completely mad. I mean, that is ridiculous. Like, seriously. I mean, that with everything I've got, it is absolutely ridiculous. Like, just how is it possible to live like that? I wonder what would happen if these witches discovered the internet. And isn't it interesting to think, I think this is going to foreshadow a lot. By the way, interesting that Battler loses this tale. It's kind of been foreshadowed, and he marries Edgar. That's the weirdest thing, though. And that is really interesting to think that she is literally treating Angie as if she is a reader. You don't respect the books, you just flip through the pages, you just do it. You just take it for granted. Let's just... I'm going to make this as cheesy as possible, right? Right, so... let's just make this relevant. Right, we've got a Higurashi manga here. I'm not showing you the cover because it's got spoilers. Right, so... oh, wow. Oh, yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. Thank you. It's a spoiler! Oh, shit, can't have that. Can't have my manga on the wrong side. Oh my god. This is why I should not be allowed a YouTube channel. But that really helps demonstrate the actual amount this person's analogy works. Yeah, you understand well, child of man. Yeah, it is interesting to think that you are normally, like we are with books, this person is entirely in control with human beings, so they can easily get the control. My name's Angie. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, not child of man or whatever. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, we are all children of men, but at the same time, like... yeah, we have unique identifiers. They may be useful once in a while. My name's Angie, not child of man or whatever. What is your name? Very well. Are you not going to say yours? As proof of my respect for you, I will acknowledge your name. For her, acknowledging human names was like acknowledging the names of all of the leaves scattered across. Yeah, that's interesting. Is it me, or this kind of gives me the impression of some sort of godlike presence? I'm not even joking. That's ridiculous. So her acknowledging Angie's name was a miracle. That just really, really shows the extent of her boredom, if you ask me. No, it was immensely good fortune. Yeah, seriously, yeah.
これよりそなた後宮エンジェを
Miko? From this point forth, Ushinomiya Enji will serve as Rita and Miko.
感激の魔女フェザリーノ・アウグストス・アウローラの巫女にして朗読者に任ずる
To the Witch of Theatre Going? Theatre Going? That is a really odd title. Featherin Augustus Aurora. I will not deny that I have seen this name before. Her name is so cool though, like, it's just so absurdly random that I think it actually sounds cool. Like, Augustus, out of all of the names. Where did she actually get the title from?
そなたが朗読を終えるまで
Until you finish reading.
そなたの朗読を妨げようとするすべてのものに
Yeah,
災
that
いを
is
与え
interesting. Whoever makes it so that Angie's life is going to be made harder, they're going to die because of Featherin. Yeah, I shall bring calamity to all of those who attempt to hinder your task. Witch of Theatre Going, though, yeah. When the Witch of Theatre Going, Featherin, spoke this, Angie was wrapped in a bright light. That's weird. Angie didn't feel any particular change herself. Ah, that's interesting, but she definitely had been given something that only non-humans could sense. It signified that from this point forward, Angie would be the Witch of Theatre Going's subject. How do they mean... What, is it just... Oh, that's actually really interesting. So theatre going quite literally just means going to... It means, you know, going to the theatre frequently. So, yeah, if you are a theatre goer, then it is really interesting. So I'm assuming what this person does, they engross themselves in literature a lot. I do wonder what their relationship with... I mean, obviously they view humans as so... You know, Featherin views humans as so... inferior that they're basically as important as leaves on a tree. But, yeah, it is interesting that she probably has lots of connections and knowledge to actual human literature, because I'd assume that, you know, the theatre going is just a way to distract herself from boredom, but yeah, it is very interesting that this is what she does, really. She employs people to read for them, or she forces them to, and then she makes it so that they can never die, so that she experiences the joy of her tale, really. It's just... I'm sorry, but it just sounds way too innocent for somebody that significant, though. Like, I'm sorry, but there is way more to her than just somebody who desperately craves attention. No, not attention, sorry, entertainment. That didn't mean that Angie would gain some sort of special power, but at the very least, it probably meant that anyone wanting to cause her harm would first have to take on Featherin herself. Yeah, so I think it's going to be very hard for that to be the case. Yeah, seriously, your name is pretty long. No, I see that. Yeah, it sounds like some Roman person from the history books. What should I call you?
親しくない者はアウグストゥス・アウローラと呼ぶ
Those not familiar with me would call me Augustus Aurora.
私に敬意を示してくれたあんたに私も敬意を示して
Yeah, after all the respect you've shown me, it's only fitting that I respond in
フェ
kind.
ザリーヌと呼ぶわ
God, I mean, I get that Angie is actually doing this as a mutual, a claim of mutuality, but at the same time, I think that's a really, really risky move to go. What if she doesn't like that whatsoever? I'll call you Featherin.
問題は
Any problems? That's fine. Yeah, never mind.
ない
Not at all.
病んだこの身には名を呼ばれることさえ噛み締めがいのある優越だ人の子よ
Isn't it ironic that, you know, she's probably so used to calling people, you know, something as inferior as this, that she just can't ever get around the habit of calling Angie. For an ailing witch such as myself, even being called by my first name will be an experience to be treasured and pondered over, Childama. Yeah, that is really interesting. That shows her superiority, my god.
私の名前
I have a name, it's Angie.
そういうやりとりさえも
No, I see that because, you know, Featherin seems like a person who has a godlike presence. Let's be honest here. Why would anybody dream of talking to her like that? Even conversations like this are pleasant every once in a while. Anji Mamiko. It reminds me of Higurashi this, or is it that just me? You know, the relationship between, spoilers, Hanyu and Rika. But obviously, that was never granted, that was always there since Rika's birth. Yeah, and she accepted her role. She would observe this story with the Witch of Theatre going. The curtain was rising on the 6th. Yeah, definitely. I really wonder what her involvement is. I mean, obviously she's going to observe the story. I just wonder how she is actually going to observe it. And secondly, you know, what observing it actually entails. What is her role in the story going to be? You're not why? You're not seriously just thinking that she's just going to be looking at a fragment that has the story in. No, she's going to be in the story, definitely. Isn't it really quite funny to think that we've seen all three... Oh. Smoking room, gotta love it. Yeah, it's really interesting to think that, you know, the 3 characters that I was really excited to see in episode 6, we've all seen an appearance of them now. I found, Toya, really quite interesting person. As well as Featherin, obviously, but yeah, it seems like she has really good potential as a character, I think. Can we read about her? Let's do that in a second. Yeah, so this is the person that you never get on your bad side. My god, she has a really big dress, Jesus Christ. But to be fair, which witch doesn't have a massive dress? Right. Yeah, fair. Of life and death, that is really quite weird. Oh god. The master for several games is a legendary... That is absurd. Oh. So whoever this person is, they have, you know, probably some of the most powerful high power levels out of any Umineko character whatsoever. Oh right, I see. Oh, that's interesting. So this. Oh, Jesus, that's horrible. Yeah, so she's potentially... It's potential that Featherin is, you know, being, like it says here, so old that she's actually starting to not only get insane by boredom, but, you know, is making it so that she's forgetting and losing sight of who she actually is. Yeah, that's awful. Yeah, that really is quite vivid. God. She has a lot of very, very interesting things about her that I would like to learn. At one time, only Beldo and her fellow witches had gathered in this smoking room to chat. Now, however, an unusually large number of people were present. Yeah. Yeah, that is interesting, yeah. Yeah, me too. Yeah, I wonder what kind of game Battle is going to show us. I don't care what it is. Jesus. Isn't it really interesting to think that her presence of superiority is just so obvious there? Wow. I don't care what it is, as long as it's fun enough to relieve my boredom as I crush it. Leave everything to me, Master. I will perform to my fullest and give you the results you desire. Yeah, you better. I kept making strange faces all last game thanks to you. Jesus Christ, isn't it just really quite funny that, you know, I mean, I get that she's jokingly saying this, but she is just so strong in terms of, you know, how she actually feels with her emotions. My God. I mean, when she was actually really quite mad regarding Edika's incompetence and, you know, her pride and not being able to abandon it for the game, that was hilarious. Her angry expression, it was amazing in terms of how they had actually done the sprite. There's no need to worry. Jesus Christ, Edika, do you need to be that sycophantic? Oh my God, the beauty of my master's face is without peer, no matter how wrinkly it may get. Even that's pissed her off. Oh, that's hilarious. It's rare to see Bern in such high spirits. Yeah, that it can actually make Bern feel some sort of emotion other than boredom. I mean, I get that she is feeling anger here, but at least it's not boredom. That's hilarious, though. Oh no, seriously, yeah. I agree. Yeah, how sad it is that the master of this game board is no longer with us. The tiger dies and leaves behind its hide. Oh no, I see that, yeah. Looks like Bertol died and left behind her game. Yeah, Battler as well. That's actually really interesting. Even though chess still exists, nobody knows the name of the person who invented it. Could you imagine if Featherin is actually... Now, it is really interesting because obviously everything regarding the messages in the bottle, they make sense because of the fact that Featherin was observing every single thing. What I do find really interesting, though, is the first 2 messages in the bottles that were actually found in Rokkenjima, because those can't be Featherin's interpretations. It's as if... No, it can't be Featherin's interpretations because how could she have possibly got there? Then again, she could probably have ties to people. I mean, it's really interesting because she's not fully a witch. She has a witch and a human form. It is odd. I just can't believe that some people have genuinely got Featherin's signature. I mean, that'd be absurd. Obviously, without knowing that they have it. But still, it's just really quite nuts to think a witch has done something as human as that. Oh, you're right. Poor game inventors. Come to think of it, Battler-san really has kept us waiting, hasn't he? She sounds pissed. Is he still setting up the 6th game? Gertrude. How have Lord Battler's preparations progressed? Let me guess, she's just gonna say as if she knows everything. Please allow me to speak. Not in red. But okay, I'll believe it. Yeah, know that it will be finished very soon. Yeah, when has Gertrude and Cornelia ever told us lies, though? Genuinely. Yeah, if he's kept us waiting this long, he must be pretty confident in this plan. Fair. Yeah, that was a little bit deserved, I can't lie. Don't feel resentment to him. Actually look at the cause of your humiliation and then try to change yourself from it. And make it so that you can't get humiliated like that again. He really humiliated me in front of my master last time. I mean, judging by what we saw at the beginning, I don't disagree that this is going to happen. I'll defeat him no matter what it takes. God, and you in particular. Make sure you don't screw up again. That's horrible. God, look at her expression. Yeah, I will meet the challenge with all of my strength. That's really quite mean. The Game Master, Lambda Delta. You know, I just think stuff like that. There is just stuff like this. Even though it's such a pleasant setting, she still has room to be really, really awful to where people. I mean, it just kind of pisses you off in general, really. The Game Master Lambda Delta, previous Game Master Lambda Delta, I confirmed that Battler understood everything about Bertol's game. Yeah, however, in order to prove it, Battler would have to run this game by himself. Yeah. I really do wonder how it's actually going to be differing. Isn't it really quite funny that Battler's going to be running the game that is literally going to kill his family? I mean, he is basically inadvertently going to be killing members of his family. It's absurd. However, in order to prove it, Battler would have to run this game by himself and carry it through to completion. Yeah. In other words, if Erika could crush this game of Battler's, she would, in effect... Oh, right, wipe away the dishonour of the last game. Yeah, because I suppose if you're wiping away the results of Battler becoming... Well, no, I suppose this game is a representation of how well you actually understand everything that has gone on. Though Erika was chomping at the bit to get started, it was taking Battler quite some time to show himself. Interesting. Ooh, is it Battler? At that time, a swarm of gold butterflies popped into existence and took human form. Dress. From the shape of that familiar dress, everyone immediately realised who it was. Is it Feathering? It's Beatrice. What? The Peace Beatrice. That's interesting.
Oh, BEATRICE さんじゃないですか。
Oh, look, it's Beatrice-san.
てっきり前回
Yeah, no, seriously, yeah. Yeah, but just because she's disappeared doesn't necessarily mean she can't be on the game board. And I thought you died and disappeared last time.
消えたのはプレイヤーのベアトよ。
Yeah, the one who died last time was Beatrice the
こ
player.
いつは駒でしょ。バトルの。
Yeah, definitely, yeah, this is probably just a piece. Battler's piece.
駒ではあってもご本人と変わりありません。
That is understandable, actually. It is quite odd that that has been able to happen. Maybe it's just a representation of without love it cannot be seen because of the fact that Battler has understood the mystery novel genre in general and, you know, the contract between Beatrice and Battler that was kind of formed within the beginning of this game that obviously you need to understand and you need to look further to understand. Maybe it's just a metaphorical nature of showing the effects of it, really. Even if she is a piece, it does not change the fact that it is her. No, not metaphorical, sorry, a more literal. Oh yeah, Beatrice gave an elegant curtsy as she appeared. The humble entrance was so vastly different from... I know, yeah, this humble entrance was so vastly different from her usual high-pitched laugh. It does seem really quite odd. That it made the long-awaited start of the 6th game feel... Yes, even more ominous than it otherwise would have.
お父様はもうじきお越しになられます。
Father will be here very
ど
soon.
うかもうしばらくのお時間をお許しください。
Okay. Yeah, I think if you can't tell... little bit of an observation here. I think that this is going to be really different. What the fuck has happened to Beatrice? She is completely out of character. Isn't it interesting to think that this completely disproves what I was saying? Though Battler can remember Beatrice's form, I think none of her soul and her character has remained because of the fact that it's all been destroyed by her defeat in episode 5. Father will be here very soon. I ask that you wait for just a short while longer. Father is in Battler, what?
お父様何それ
Seriously? Yeah, Father, the heck?
それが今回の思考
Is that the new spin this time? Yeah, what is the new spin? Not only about to start talking, yeah, in an unusually polite manner. What about her voice, though? It sounds so ridiculously different and so much more childish. Not childish, but young. She also had used the word father, presumably referring to Battler. Yeah, that is a little bit odd. For an instant, everybody was stunned into silence. But they quickly realised that this was setting up some kind of theme, and they grinned. Ah, Beatrice wasn't the type who could keep up this act for long. It would probably fall apart in a few seconds, leaving her cackling rudely at everyone. I wonder... Oh my god. Erika, who was itching for a fight, went for Beatrice almost at once. Oh
まさ
no.
か無能のバトラさんが
She literally won against you. What are you talking about? How is he incompetent? I can't believe that incompetent
あ
Battler-san.
なたのゲームの真相に至るなんてね
Oh, he did. Yeah, reached the truth of your game.
お父様なればこそ深淵を理解されたのでしょう。
What the hell has he done to Beatrice? Seriously, I mean that with everything I've got. I'm sure Father understands it quite deep.
さすがだと思います。
He really is quite good at that sort of thing.
しかしあんたもラッキーです
Still, you're pretty
バ
lucky.
トラがゲームマスターになれなかったら二度と復活できなかったんです
Yeah, that is fair, yeah. If Battler hadn't become the game master, you wouldn't have revived again.
まったく 悪運が強いと言いますか。
You've really got to be the luck of the devil, don't you?
悪運
The luck of the devil. That is odd.
まあいずれにせよ。
Beatrice sounds so absurdly different, and she really sounds like somebody on sort of a human scale.
前回の借りはきっちり返させてもらいますので。
I'm gonna pay you back in full for last time.
あんたというバトラの妄想幻想きっちり消し去って忘却の深淵に叩き落としてやりますから。
Yeah, there's no time for respect with somebody like her. Jesus Christ! You just want to battle as delusions, so I'll erase every part of you and knock you down into the abyss of oblivion.
私もみすみすやられるわけには参りません。
I too cannot allow you such an easy victory.
そのお手柔らかによろしくお願いいたします。
Isn't it really quite interesting that Beatrice is not only so ridiculously different, but she's just... It's as if she is first playing. She's playing for... Well, I really do wonder why Beatrice seems as if she is so naive and so new to this scene. Maybe it's because of the fact that Bastila wants to make it so that Beatrice's power is completely invalidated and that she serves really small amounts of importance so that she can have less confusion for the true mystery and the true culprit. Maybe that's what this is. I don't know though. It is odd that she is so... It's as if she is Bastila's daughter or something like that. I don't know. It's really odd. If she is one of Bastila's delusions, and this is how Bastila actually imagines her to be, then that's a bit weird. Especially with the whole father aspect. Yeah, I'm just thinking of scary thoughts about Bastila's personality. Very creepy ones as well. Yeah, definitely, yeah. By this point, everyone realised that something weird was going on. Yeah. Exactly, though, yeah. There was no doubt that the face, the dress, and the hair were all Beatrice's. Is this Angie? No, it can't be. However, her expression was different. Even though she had her Berto's face, Berto would never show anybody an expression like that. Yeah, definitely. Interesting that... Who are you? There was a heavy silence. Lambda Delta spoke for everyone that, yeah, fair. At first, Berto had worn a smiling yet blank expression. However, when she realised that the mood had gone suddenly stiff, her expression finally darkened and she hung her head. Could you imagine if... Could you imagine if there's something really, really weird going on and this is either Beatrice or it's Angie in the perspective of Beatrice for some ridiculous reason like that? I don't know. I mean, it's Featherin. I wouldn't be surprised if she could do something as absurd as that. Who are you?
BEATRICE教とお見受けしていますが。
You appear to be Lady Beatrice.
違うのですか?
But are you not? God, that is really quite sweet of Delana. She's talking in a really sort of, you know, a really quite kind and sort of supportive manner, like somebody who's really old and, you know, like a parent would talk to, like a good parent would talk to their child, really. But are you not? Yeah, even Delana was forced to ask, despite the rudeness of the question. Yeah, that is understandable, actually. When has she ever asked a question? No, I do see that. That was how much this woman, who appeared to be Berto, was not.
皆さんの期待されるベアトリーチェとは
Yeah, you really are. She sounds like Sakutaro. Am I somehow different
違うでしょうか?
from the Beatrice everyone was a yes?
あんた、何言ってんの?
What are you talking about?
まさかとは思いますが。
Isn't it just really interesting to think that Beatrice has just become, like, I don't know, any... Well, I don't really want to say socially anxious person because she is, if she is, then she's doing a really, really good job talking here. You know, being brave in front of all of these really quite intimidating people. But no. Yeah, it's just really interesting to think that, you know, it's just as if I see myself in social situations in this Beatrice, to be honest.
記憶喪失とかなんとか言い出すんじゃないでしょうね。
Don't tell me you have amnesia or something.
私はまだ生まれたばかりですので 記憶は何もありません。
Yeah, a Beatrice made specifically for this game. I was only born recently, so I have no memories at all.
ですが
However,
皆さんの期待されるベアトリーチェになれるよういろいろと勉強を。
no, you shouldn't. That's not a very good thing to do. I was only born recently, so I have no memories at all. However, I will study hard in order to become the Beatrice you will expect.
部屋にいるように言ったはずだ。
What? I thought I told you to stay in your room. What the fuck? Somebody has a little bit of explaining to do. Yeah. Basila's voice came out of nowhere. This tone was very slightly cold, as if Beatrice is really quite annoyed. Maybe this is a surprise that Basila actually wanted to give everyone, but she's obviously made it so that that won't be the case. No surprise can happen. Yeah, and maybe he's annoyed because of that. Beato's expression looked like... Yeah, seriously. Yeah, that of a young girl being scolded. That is weird. I just really hope there isn't something really creepy regarding Basila going on. Oh my god, look at him. That is totally weird. Let's get a full look on that outfit real quick. That is, if we can. Yeah, look at how weird that is. I mean, that looks totally cool. God. It really reminds me of Ronove's outfit, actually. Wait, no, it's here. It does look like Ronove's outfit. Nah, not really, actually. The final game master. Interesting. Why is he the final game master? Because I thought in the end Erika took the game over. Interesting. Yeah, with the swirl of gold butterflies. And Basila appear. Isn't it weird to think that he is appearing in the same fashion the one who he tried so hard to deny would also appear? Basila appeared. His dignified bearing and appearance were fitting for the ruler of this game. No, I see that, yeah. However, his expression was gloomy. No, I see it is a lot different, yeah. Yeah, and his gaze was directed at Berto. Go back to your room. You aren't supposed to be here.
私は少しでもお父様のお役に立ちたくて。
I just wanted to help you however I could, Father.
部屋へ戻れ。
God, he really does sound like a strict father. Go to your room. Yeah, he spoke both softly and forcefully, making it even more scary. Yeah, Basila didn't leave her any room for debate. Berto hung her head and curtsied as she prepared to leave the room.
それから。
Also,
はい、お父様。
yes, what is it, Father?
俺の名はバトラだ。
My name is Basila.
二度と他の呼び方をするな。
Oh, right, okay, yeah, that is good. Yeah, never call me by a different name again. Yeah.
はい。
Yes. Yeah, Berto melted into a cloud of gold butterflies and disappeared. That is really odd. Somebody has a lot of explaining to do. This is the first part of the tale with Basila as the game master. Yeah, it is odd, yeah. Oh yeah, fair, yeah. The witches had all assumed that he'd come forward with some flashy, big developments. So this was all completely unexpected to them. Ha! Their mouths were still hanging open. Fair enough.
変わった趣向ね。
Now I see that. Yeah, this is a pretty weird take on it.
失礼した。
Pardon me.
今のは忘れてほしい。
Please forget what you saw just now. Interesting.
うまいこと言って。それも作戦のうちですか？
You're playing dumb, but this is all just part of your plan, isn't it?
また北風対応作戦みたいに印象操作して何かを煙に巻こうって魂胆でしょう。
I wonder... Yeah, to be honest, I kind of get the impression that Beatrice may have made it so that it wasn't fully possible for that to happen. You're scheming to give us the wrong impression, like another North Wind and the Sun strategy, aren't you?
何かあったのですか？
Yeah, that's a nice thing to ask.
Don't
worry about it. It has nothing to do with you people.
そう
I see.
なら関係ないってことだわ。
I feel like Lambda's been really, really gullible. Guess it doesn't matter then.
さあバトラー、早く新しいゲームを始めてちょうだい。
Okay, Bastila, start up the new game right away.
もう待たされすぎちゃって退屈してたんだから。
You've kept us waiting so long, it's gotten totally boring. Yeah, she's so impatient, I see that. Sure.
第6のゲームを始めよう。
Let's start the 6th game.
エリカ、そしてベルンカステル。
Erika, and you two burn
これ
castle.
が俺の物語である。俺がベアとの真相に至ったことの証明だ。
Well, the end begs to differ. Like what we saw at the beginning. This will be my tale, proof that I've reached Beatrice's truth. Lambda
それ
Delta.
を仙台ゲームマスターとして見届けてくれ。
Yeah, please watch this game until the end as a former game master.
楽しみにしてるわ。タイトルは？
Sure, looking forward to it. What's the title? Dawn of the Golden Witch. Yep, just as Featherin predicted. I find it really interesting that Featherin is probably watching everything from the shadows.
黄金の魔女の夜明けだ。
That's in Dawn of the Golden Witch. Yeah, that is really interesting.
すぐに沈む冬の太陽だけれどね。
Sure, if we're talking about a winter sun that goes below the horizon right away.
もちろんです。我が主。
Of course, my master.
すぐに引きずり下ろしてご覧に入れます。
I'll drag it back down for you.
タイトルだけはグッドです。そこだけ
Yeah,
は
better
ごめん
than
なさい
yours.
バトラさん。
Yours is shit. At least your naming sense is good, Batola-san. I'll give you that much.
気に入ってもらえてよかった。
Yeah, I'm glad you like
で
it.
は始めよ
Then let's get
う。これよ
started.
り第
Yeah.
6のゲームを開始する。
The 6th game will now begin. Batola solemnly announced the start of the game. Compared to his fired up attitude at the end of the previous game, oh no, it's so peaceful and composed and neutral, where he and Erika had sworn to settle everything next time. He was extremely quiet. No, I see that. Yeah, it is an interesting change of character. Also, what the hell is going to happen regarding Beatrice?
エ
Ooh.
ンジ
Yeah, this is going to be interesting.
ェ
Angie.
ベアとの様子があまりにこれまでと違うな。
Ooh, what's this theme? Seems like a different one to what we've heard before.
私も驚いてるわ。
Yeah, I'm surprised too.
何が何だかさっぱりよ。
Yeah, I don't have a clue what's going on.
それ以前に、なんでベアトが蘇ってるのか
I don't either.
さっぱりだわ。
Yeah, the peace battle has been changed to, you know, make it so that she's entirely dead. And same for the piece that's actually for the Beatrice who was playing the game. The player and the piece are dead, so how the hell is she possibly alive? Apart from the fact that maybe Basila's really, really believed in her, or maybe some sort of reference to the without love it cannot be seen stuff we saw last time. This is I don't really know how I feel about this track. Very peaceful, quite neutral, quite pleasant, quite relaxing as well. Very unusual sounding. I don't even get why Bertolt's alive in the first
さっ
place.
き読ませてもらったけど、前回の物語の最後で、お兄ちゃんが真相にたどり着く直前に、
I just finished reading it a second ago, but at the end of the previous
死
tale.
んで消え去ったんじゃなかったの？
Exactly though, yeah. Didn't she die just before Batola reached the truth?
この世界での死は2つある。
There are two kinds of death in this
1
world.
つはコマとしてゲーム版より取り除かれること。
One of them is when a piece is taken from the game board.
これはゲームにおける死でしかなく、仕切り直せば何度でも蘇る命だ。
Yeah, that does make sense actually. Yeah, so that really surprises me though. So because the thing is about all of the pieces in the game board, they are based on the personalities of the pieces of the people outside of the game board. So let's say for example Beatrice's piece in the game board is entirely based on how she is outside of the game board. But if there's no Beatrice outside of the game board, it kind of surprises me that there can still be a piece inside the game board that can, you know, continue to operate. Really surprises me. He's quiet because he is seriously contemplating everything in this game, I'd assume.
だから魔女たちは
Yeah.
その命を奪うことにあまりに
Yeah, I
無慈悲なん
suppose
です
so.
よね。
But to be honest, I think even if the lives were to be taken forever, they would have been able to. But yeah, it does make sense, yeah. That's why the Witches were so merciless when it comes to taking those lives. To the Witch players, the lives of those characters who appear on the game board are no different from pieces on a chessboard that take other pieces and get taken. Isn't it just so interesting to think that we really can apply all of the inferiority being taken out on objects to actual situations that we can have? It's so weird. After all, these pieces will be set up again when the next game starts. Yeah, definitely, yeah.
マリアにおける作太郎がその駒の最たるものであっただろう。
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. Maria's Sakutaro is a prime example of this.
サク太郎がお姉ちゃんの駒？
Sakutaro is on Near-chan's piece. Yes, that makes sense. Yes, it does. Agreed, yeah. In this game board that represents the inside of Near-chan's head, Sakutaro currently does exist. Yeah, exactly, yeah, and is a piece that always stays by her side. Though he's nothing more than a stuffed animal in the real world, on Near-chan's game board, he's no less a piece than any other. Yeah, exactly, yeah.
でもどうかしら。
But I wonder.
魔女のゲームの駒なら簡単に生き返らせることができるんでしょ？
Yeah, that is fair. No, but at the same time, I suppose there are a lot more complications regarding him, and especially regarding being denied by his own creator, i.e. Udosa. If he were in a Witcher's game, it should be possible to revive him easily, right?
お姉ちゃんの世界ではサク太郎が蘇ることができなかった。
But Oneir-chan wasn't able to revive Sakutaro in her world.
世界でたった一つのぬいぐるみというよりしろが失われたからだ。
Yeah, that's because she lost that completely unique stuffed animal that was his vessel. Yeah,
だから
yeah.
駒の存在条件が崩れ、マリアのゲーム版では復活することができなかった。
Because of this, the conditions for that piece's existence were violated, and it became impossible to revive him on Maria's
そ
game
なたが
board.
その存在条件を再び満たしてやったからこそ、サク太郎はゲーム版に蘇ることができたのではないか。
Yeah, the only reason you were able to revive Sakutaro on the game board was because you once again satisfied the conditions for his existence, correct?
確かに。
True. Maria Oneir-chan was only unable to revive him because she had lost the stuffed animal that was his vessel. If, like the rest of my family on Bertolt's game board, she hadn't needed a vessel for him, she would have been able to revive him as often as she wanted. Yeah, fair. Yeah. Yeah, but because of the fact that Sakutaro's vessel has actually been destroyed and completely, desecrated, really, it's impossible for it to actually be revived again, and it's horrible to think, but yeah. I can't tell you what I think of this track. It doesn't really sound the best, but at the same time, it's so absurdly relaxing. Oh, with the really quite ethereal choir-like notes that are held, vocal notes that are held. It really does create a relaxing atmosphere. Look, seriously, I'm actually finding it quite hard not to fall asleep at the moment. I mean, I am really tired, but yeah, still. That makes sense. Yeah, so in other words, Maria had once again, through, in Kawabata's, bloomin', I don't know, he had some sort of really unique business. I forgot what it was. What was it? It was some sort of, clothing-like business in, a part where it actually stored the, remaining belongings of the Ushinomiya family, some more that Angie might have never been able to have discovered. She found Sakutaro.
そうね。
I get it.
確かに作太郎はお姉ちゃんの駒かもしれないわ。
It makes sense that Sakutaro was on Air-chan's
少なく
piece.
ともよりしろが無事である限り、何度でも蘇れる存在だわ。
At least, as long as this vessel was okay, he could have been revived over and over again.
そう
Yeah, correct.
よりしろが無事である限り何度でも蘇ることができる。
As long as this vessel was safe, he can be revived over and
そ
over
れが
again.
駒の命というものだ。
Yeah, that is actually really quite interesting. That's what the life of a piece is like.
それがこの世界での死における一つ目。
That's the first kind of death in this world.
もう一つは
What's the second?
ゲーム版の外の存在の死だ。
Yeah, that's the death of beings outside the game board.
作太郎の話で続けるなら、この場合はマリアの死だ。
To continue with the Sakutaro example, this would be like Maria's death.
駒じゃなく
You mean not her death as a piece?
本当のお姉ちゃんの死ね。
Yeah, but the death of the real One-Air-chan, right?
死だけではない。
Not
興
necessarily.
味や関心の喪失でも同じだ。
Loss of interest or concern would have the same effect.
マリアがぬいぐるみ遊びを卒業すれば、ゲームのプレイヤーとしてのマリアは死ぬ。
When Maria outgrows playing with stuffed animals, Maria the game player will
さ
die.
ながらテレビに飽きてスイッチを切るかのように簡単にあっさりと。
It's as quick and easy as turning off the switch on a TV when you get bored of it.
なるほど。
see.
つまりプレイヤーとしてのベアトは前回までのゲームで勝利を完全に諦めたので
In that case, Beato the player completely gave up on winning during the last
死ん
game.
で消え去ったわけね。
So she died and vanished.
ならつまりベアトが再びお兄ちゃんに勝てるつもりになって戻ってきたら生き返るってことだわ。
Which means if Beato ever comes back thinking she's got a chance of defeating Oni-chan, that will mean she's come back to life, right?
理屈ではそうだ。
Logically, that is true. Yeah. Yeah, that is actually really quite interesting. So, obviously, I mean, you're immersed in a world, but then, obviously, once you've, as if following the example, you've turned the TV off, you've turned any means of that world, you've turned any means of that world into impossibilities. You can't go there anymore. So, you won't actually die in real life, but you'll just be separated from the game board. You'll kind of be kicked out. Interesting that she actually knows about why it would be the same for gods. Yeah, logically that's true. It's the same for humans, witches, and even gods.
興味と関心を失えばいつでも死ねる。
Yeah, that is fair. I mean, obviously, witches, that makes sense. So does gods, because obviously they both have the the conundrum of living for such a ridiculously long time. But I do see humans as well. It's harder for a human being to actually fall victim to this trap. But at the same time, if you lose interest in life, then because of the fact that you're so bored and you find no entertainment for it, it will lead into your decline. And they can regain that interest. They can revive at any time. Yeah, I suppose so. If they regain that interest, they can revive at any time. I see that, yeah.
神の世界には時間の概念がないからいつ蘇るも自在だが
However, the concept of time does not exist in the world of gods, and they can revive whenever they
矢の
want.
ごとく時が過ぎ去る人の世ではそれは容易ではないな。
Yeah, time shoots by like an hour in the human world, and it isn't so easy there. Yeah, that is interesting. That's
一
true.
日のずる休みならともかく3日もサボると学校に行くのがものすごく
Oh, I
億劫
see
にな
that.
るわ。
Yeah, skipping school for one day might not be a problem, but if you skip for 3 days in a row, it would be really hard to convince yourself to go back.
それが
Oh,
1
I
ヶ
see
月
that.
1年10年
Well, I think if it stretches out for a decade, there's no point of going back. If you go back to school when you're, I don't know, let's say for example you skip school when you're, I don't know, 4 years old and then you don't come back for a decade, and then you're 14 and then you're in elementary school. Like, I think that's just an invitation to hell. Yeah, but in other words, you wouldn't want to come back. So the more you're actually inactive from the game board, the less of a probability you have from reviving. And it is really interesting to think that if Beatrice recovers her hope and, you know, her spirit in the game board, she actually has the potential of completely evading death and, you know, reviving herself. It's absurd. And what if that stretched out for a month, a year, a decade? Ha, that's hilarious. Ah, yes, I didn't go to school for 1,000 years. I see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. To be fair, no, not necessarily. Yeah. It's not impossible to not go to school and be social. If you skip the class for that long, it mean your death socially. Yeah. Yeah, it would be harder and harder to become alive after being dead for that long. Yeah. Yeah, after being dead that long, not only would you be unable to catch up on all you've missed in the world at large, yeah, seriously, yeah, you'd also lose any motivation you might have had when you left. Yeah, so even though you'd be alive, it would be fair to say that you died once. Yeah, I suppose so. You would never again be able to regain the self that you once were. It would never once come back to life. Definitely, yeah. Beator lost any chance and hope of winning. Yeah. Even though she knew this, she pretended not to. Yeah, and kept on fighting for many, many games. So Beator will not return. Her hopes were crushed. She spent all of the willpower that she might have used to regain the will to fight. Therefore... Oh my god. That's really surprising. In red! Therefore that Beatrice will never revive again. I can't believe that. That Beator, who had just sat around the whole time with empty eyes in the 5th game. Yeah, must have been her core. She managed to remain on the game board despite it. I know, that is really impressive. But then, even that corpse was wiped away. That is really interesting to think. Yeah, so that is really interesting. If you get out of the game board, then you are unable to catch up on everything you've actually missed from, you know, obviously the opponents getting better and better and you having to, you know, have some sort of delay, a time gap. Yeah, you would lose motivation because the thing is, whenever you start a lot of things again after having quit them, you know, there's just the stress of actually starting and, you know, also the stress of getting back to the point you usually were, especially if you have really high standards. That's going to be very difficult. Yeah, that is really interesting that her hopes were crushed. She had pretended that she was actually going to be able to win. She fought so much, and then when she lost, her hopes were totally crushed, and then she died. And she doesn't have any willpower because of the fact that she spent it on the desire to win. It is interesting that, and, you know, her lack of willpower is really, really shown throughout the entirety of the 5th game, and I suppose in the end of it, her intuition really is correct. If Beldor had been the game master at that time instead of Lambda Delta. Yeah, I see that, yeah. The game board itself would have vanished at that moment and everything would have ended. Yeah, but the only thing is Lambda actually had to become the game master and she had to be in debt to... Beldor had to be in debt to Lambda because of the fact that she needed her magical power for episode 3's, climax to actually occur. Because to think of it, Beldor started to lose the will to fight back near the end of the 4th game. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, when Beldor loses her will to fight, the world of this game disappears. Yeah, and it is really interesting to think that Lambda, because of Lambda, there were 4 more arcs in Umineko, let's be honest here. However, the witches wanted to keep playing this game board. Well, yeah, definitely. It's a world filled with potential. Yeah, so Lambda bound Beldor in place with that cursed shackle. Yeah, definitely, yeah, and she has power over her, so of course she can. Yeah, isn't it interesting that it's kind of like a... It's such a restraint that it's kind of like a web of red truth. Yeah, she used that shackle to fix the game board in place and prevent it from disappearing. Even if Beldor did lose the will to fight. Yeah. In chess, this would be the equivalent of removing the set time limit for each turn. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah, making it endless. However, simply having the game endlessly paused on Beldor's turn would cause the witches to die from their illness of boredom. Fair, yeah, that's why Lambda Delta took the position of the Game Master. God, I really hate how relaxing this theme is. I don't know, there is just something about it. Oh my god, I feel like falling asleep. It's just genuinely so relaxing. Yeah, that is really interesting. Beatrice has no will to fight whatsoever, but at the same time, because of the fact that Lambda's restraining her, she cannot leave. It is impossible. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Starting then, Beldor's existence was no longer one of the conditions necessary for the game's existence. Yeah, I agree, yeah, that's probably why the shackles binding her to the game board were released. Yeah. And that explains why she disappeared in the 5th game. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. Oh, new theme, part 3. Yeah, so that I do find that really interesting, and I think it's very significant that let's just think about Beatrice actually disappearing in the 5th game. So because of the fact that she did, she may not have gained the will to fight. What her last words were to Battler were more, expressions of hopeless, well, not really exclamations, but just an audible display of hopelessness. So yeah, she had no will to fight. She obviously wanted to apologise to Battler. It was like a farewell. Her lack of will to fight had meant that she could never revive from the conditions that had led to her death beforehand, and she could never have a chance of fighting again. That's absurd to think. I really do wonder how the Beatrice story is going to progress. So I'd assume that this weak part of her shows a Beatrice without a will to fight and without anything that actually makes her unique, really. I don't know. I like this atmospheric track. Oh, it really does sound quite nice, actually. Very soothing. So, why don't Itan manage to reach the truth? I know, it's horrible. Yeah, it was one game too late for him to tell Beldor about that. The 5th game was a form of charity on Lambda Delta's part.
絶対に真相にたどり着きたいという信念に絶対の魔女が慈悲を示しただけのこと。
She merely showed Battler some mercy as the Witch of Certainty, and having a strong desire to reach the truth no matter what. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, because obviously, if you show such a ridiculously strong will like Battler would, you know, like we saw in one of the Tsubasa stories, yeah, Lambda will grant a wish if she believes that your effort really is worth it. And if you truly want it as well, you can't forget about that. How can you call that charity? No, I do see that, yeah, it's just those fickle witches killing time. Yeah, because obviously if Battler is made the game master, and if Lambda is kind to Battler so that he prevails as much as possible, well, that's just going to be another means of, you know, relieving their boredom. You know, like, same for Featherin. Let's get back to the point. Yeah, so that means this weird Beato isn't the player Beato. Yeah, she's just a piece Beato. True. When she has a will to fight. In that case, she should eventually become the Beato everyone knows. Yeah, that is interesting. I really do wonder what Battler is actually planning. You mean? Ah, he wasn't satisfied with just a doll. No, when playing with dolls, one can project the personality they most desire. Yeah, no, I do see that. Yeah, project the personality they most desire onto the doll. However, since you are acting out their part, nothing unexpected can ever happen. Yeah, so their personality is always a reflection on yours. You cannot hope for any unanticipated happiness. True. In the human world, there is nothing so boring as a pre-established harmony. I suppose, yeah, that's why the doll can become a person's best friend in the world. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, people will eventually get bored and outgrow them. But the only thing is I kind of get the impression that when Beatrice is outgrown here and she has been made bored, and somebody is bored of her, then, you know, what is actually going to happen to her in general? Is she going to die? Oni-chan only wants the real Berto. Yeah. Fair, yeah. He couldn't bear having a doll that only acted like Berto. Berto born as Battler's piece. Yeah, that makes more sense. Yeah, we'll probably move according to Battler's wishes. That's only natural for a piece. Yeah, I suppose. Pieces move however their players tell them to. Yeah. And they can't do anything else. I see what it is Oni-chan wants. Yeah, so what's up with this weird Berto? Battler might be trying to revive Berto in the truest sense. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, that is the never-dying dream held by children of man. Which Beatrice was being referred to? The player Beatrice or the board piece Beatrice? You just used the red to say that wasn't possible. Oh yeah, good one. Yeah, that Berto will never revive. Yeah, no, I do see that. Yeah, however, that doesn't mean that it is impossible for Berto to be born again. Have you forgotten? I believe that Berncastle herself revealed Berto's true form at the end of the first game. Seriously? Now I remember. She said something about how Beato exists as the incarnation of a rule.
そのルールと情報が練り上げられ、
Information began to be accumulated based around that rule.
最終的にあのベアトリーチェという魔女が形作られたのだ。
It took the form of the witch known as Beatrice.
それを再びなぞれば、同じベアトリーチェをもう一度生み出し、
If that pattern is followed once more, the same Beatrice will be born
それを
again.
もって復活と呼ぶこともできよう。
Oh, I really hate that I know this, but episode 7's title, and perhaps one could call that a resurrection.
つまりあのおかしなベアトは
In other words, that weird Beato.
さながらベアトの卵あるいはヒナってところね。
I like that. Is Beato was an egg, or maybe a chick? Yeah, just somebody who is just totally has potential to either hatch or grow up into somebody who has the potential of being Basila's, well, being the person Basila knew so well beforehand. But obviously Beatrice is going to be the person that that is completely up to Basila, really. I do find it interesting. There's kind of a similarity in how, Beatrice had been totally made to become human and totally made to restart and abandon her own soul and be entirely imprisoned in Kuadoriam by Kinzo in a deliberate scale, but at the same time now, because of the fact that Beatrice had lost the will to fight and had not been able to revive because of an extended feeling of that and powerlessness as a result, this has happened really. Isn't it really interesting to think that a rule that had had information that had been accumulated had actually made it so that a witch could be existing? I mean, that is so odd. It's just so odd to think that witches are merely a construct and a sort of compilation of people's, I don't really know, thoughts and information and theories. It's just as if they are all of that, but summarised and, placed into one. Yeah, that interpretation is probably accurate.
すなわち、このベアトこそがあのベアトへ至るヒナなのだ。
In short, this Beato is a chick who might grow to become that Beato.
それはつまり
And that means
この純情可憐な子がやがては
I know, that is really interesting to think. It's going to be a really quite significant change in character. I really do wonder how it's going to happen. I mean, it's not easy to grow up into somebody as absurd as Beatrice, and do keep in mind that this personality has been formulated over 1,000 years. It's not going to be easy to replicate at all. In other words, that Beato is a baby version of the Beato we all knew. So just like how no person is born either. Yeah, I see that. Yeah, the newborn Beato isn't born either. Isn't evil either. Even though she really is a different person, if you measure her by her root, or perhaps her soul, then maybe you really could call this a resurrection. No, I do see that, yeah. However, this reality can't possibly be easy to accept. Though she may technically be Beato herself, she is also, without a doubt, a different person. Yeah, definitely, yeah. And that way she acts will make anyone feel anyone feel as though something's out of place? I see that, yeah, especially if you are really knowledgeable about what's happened before and how Beatrice's personality has so suddenly changed. How entertaining.
そなたの朗読は楽しい。
Yeah, hearing you read aloud is far from boring.
あんたに朗読が必要なのか疑わしいわ。
No, I do see that though, yeah. I doubt you even really need someone to read aloud for
あん
you.
たはもうすでに全てを知っているように見える。
I see that, yeah. It looks like you already know everything.
そなたと対話をしているからその思考に至るだけだ。
I only reached that thought because I am engaged in a conversation with you.
我が思考は八百万を束ねて超える。
God, yeah, my thoughts are more numerous than the stars in the
人の子
sky.
にはまるでそう見えるだけに過ぎぬ。
I only appear to know everything to a child and man like you.
されどそなたがいなければ思考する力さえないか弱き病人に過ぎぬ。
That is interesting. However, without you here, I am nothing but a weak, sickly person without even the power to think. I.e., she is, blimmin' Toya. Oh, that's actually really interesting to think. Yeah, that is really, really interesting. I think something like this is key because it shows that witches, without the power of belief in humans, and, you know, it is really interesting to think when you think about the illusion of the witch, and you think about how the culprit has actually... It is really quite easy to, if you ask me, in, for example, episode 1, let's say, you know, tie the culprit to the illusion of the witch, because it's ironic that the culprit is making it so that the more people who believe in Beatrice, the more chance Beatrice will actually have of showing, and the more power she will actually have in terms of, you know, committing the murders. So, in theory, like, the more the culprit actually frames Beatrice for the murders to detract attention from themselves, the more people are going to believe in Beatrice, thus the more power Beatrice, in terms of an illusion, is actually going to have. It's weird.
そういえば、もっと素直に朗読を引き受けてやったのに。
Yeah, if you just said that in the first place, I would have agreed to read for you a lot more easily. She's very honest. Which surprises me, honestly. My mood just happened to improve. God, properly harsh. My mood just happened to improve. Don't get an overswelled impression of yourself.
私はお前の命などしおり代わりに挟んだまま放出する木の葉よりも軽んじているぞ。
Jesus Christ. Your life means less to me than a leaf one has lost after using it as a bookmark.
続きを読んでください。お願いします。
Yeah, keep reading already. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Because obviously if Featherin doesn't keep reading, Angie's just gonna be
解
insulted.
釈するわ。
Oh, yeah. Is that pretty much what you're saying?
Okay.
Trying to say? Okay. That is so cheesy.
退屈しない。
Far from boring.
そなたは巫女として優秀だ。
You really do make an excellent Miko. Featherin rocked back in her rocking chair and looked up at the ceiling. Yeah, that's good. I don't know who this person is. I don't really know how I'm meant to feel about her. I don't know enough to feel more. So this is the time where I feel, before you really know something about a human being, what you do is you... Let's say we don't know anything about a human being, and then we look at one emotion in particular. We base our entire understanding of the situation on that one emotion. Let's say, for example, we see somebody's happy. We're happy about the fact that they're happy, but then we realise this person has actually, I don't know, murdered 10 people. Are we then happy about the fact that they're happy? Like, if we apply this to this situation, I think it's actually really quite pleasant that Featherin is really happy and she is, you know, enjoying herself. It's just horrible what she has to go through. So, yeah, it is good, but when I discover some of the things that she has actually done as a legendary witch, Like, am I really going to think that? Like, I feel this is going to be one of the people who I am going to have a very conflicted view of by the end. Yeah, I know, she really is strange, I agree, she is very unusual, and you were slowly figuring out how to deal with this strange witch. This person was also bored. Yeah, exactly, yeah. It's not uncommon for a sick person who's bored from being bedridden for a long time to start acting rebellious. Yeah, on the other hand, they can also get a little bored of being treated kindly all the time. Yeah, she may want to be shown respect for her superiority, but it's probably more interesting for her when she's spoken to rudely. No, I do see that, yeah. What a coincidence. Yeah, because obviously it defies the traditions of what should happen. Oh, that's exactly how I used to be.
とにかく
Yeah, but no, I do see this, yeah. Anyway.
第4のゲームでベアトとお兄ちゃんに何か確執があったことは間違いないの
Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. From what we learned in the 4th game, there's no doubt that there's been some kind of antagonism between Beato and Oni-chan in the
この
past.
ベアトを知ることは真相に至る鍵の一つになりうるわ
Yeah, I do wonder, yeah, learning something about this Beato might give us a key to finding the truth. No, I see that, yeah.
そうであろう。
It does seem so.
私も興味を持った。
It has caught my interest as well.
彼女の物語も合わせて読むのだ。
Let's read her tale too.
はいはい仰せのままに我があるし
Oh, damn it, she said it. She said it! Oh, sure, as you wish, master. When Angie raised her hands like a conductor, the bookshelves in this study responded. That's properly weird. Once again, several books floated out and began to swirl around Angie. Kinzo's study is the room belonging to the master in the human world. Yeah, belonged. So this study in the world of non-humans belonged to the master of the game board. Yeah, I suppose so. So this is in theory Basila's study at the moment. And was a place where he could look down upon the humans. Yeah. Therefore, one could hardly be blamed for mistaking the imposing, berobed man in the centre of the study for Kinzo. If only for us. I know, it's probably Basila. Yeah, but it wasn't Kinzo. Yeah, this was Basila, the one who had taken up the position of Game Master. Didn't expect to hear a new soundtrack. Sounds really ominous. Ooh, this sounds interesting. Becoming the new territory lord of this world. Oh, that is wild. Around Basila was a swirl of glowing fragments, sparkling like the night sky. And on the floor was what appeared to be a red magic circle. To an outsider, it would seem to be nothing more than an incomprehensible geometric shape. but to Battler, who stood at its center. Yeah, it was the outline for a new... Oh, that's interesting. So the outline is actually going to... Maybe it could be something regarding the routes the culprits are actually going to take. Maybe it's so complicatedly drawn that it's as if it's just an incomprehensible squiggle of lines that make up some sort of shape. A new line grew across the magic circle, following Battler's gaze. That's so weird. Then, at the instant it connected with a complicated symbol, the entire magic circle flashed brightly. I just wonder how he learned how to do this. Is this just what comes natural to you as an endless sorcerer? So, how does it look?
見事です、親方様。
That's interesting. You're splendid, Master.
第6のゲームの完成でございます。
I can't believe Genji is here. What about the other servants? The fact that he can actually see everything regarding the game board shows to me that there is so much more to these servants than we know about. Oh my god. I mean, I get the... But no, it does actually kind of make sense, because I remember Shannon and Kanon, they have extensive knowledge of each game board. As Battler wiped his forehead and finally relaxed, Genji, who was standing behind him and watching over his every move... Oh, that is interesting. Watching over his every move, nodded deeply in response.
俺はゲームマスターってのはもっと好き勝手に物語を作っているものとばかり思っていたが
I always thought being a game master meant you could make the tale however you want.
想像以上に骨が折れるな。
Yeah, you've got to conduct a perfect mystery. Yeah, but this is seriously harder than I thought.
複数の物語を描き、その表裏を合わせねばなりません。
You must write up multiple tales and make the inner and outer sides of the story match. Yeah, I see that, yeah. Yeah, because obviously I suppose what he's going to have to do is he's going to have to make the 6th story really flow in accordance with the 5th and 5th ones. That's really good. But the only thing is, he's been playing for literal 5 times. Of course, he's going to have a lot of knowledge and a lot of good intuition in terms of what he should actually do. Yeah, that's good. Yeah. God, I just hate how relaxing today is. Whenever VNs are relaxing, I find it hard not to fall asleep, like, genuinely, because I'm really tired at the moment. Yeah, hopefully it matches to the great detective's tastes. Oh yeah, because it must be difficult to make up a game like this. There are so many things you have to consider. So many flaws, so many potentials, so many eventualities as well. Fair, to be fair, that must have taken a long time. Yeah, I can hardly believe she's managed to make tales that complicated and do it so easily. Oh yeah, maybe she required great thinking. Easily, far from it. Isn't it really interesting to think that Beatrice at the Game Master totally had every single move regarding Evar Beatrice out of her control. Sorry, in her control from the beginning. You know, something like Evar Beatrice must have been so hard to plan as well. I find it interesting to think that if Episode 3, if Beatrice's change of character was a genuine representation of her heart, it genuinely shows how little Episode 3 had actually stuck to the game board. And how little she had stuck to it as well. No, shut up. No, that fully makes sense, because it's outside of the game board. The piece Beatrice was fine, but the one outside of the game board was different. No, so I think I've contradicted myself there. That it makes a little more sense now. Beatrice Sama also worried and worried, racking her brain over various contradictions each time she created a tale. Fair, yeah. Just like a programmer, she was constantly battling with logic errors. Now, I do find it really interesting, by the way, that Genji is overseeing every single move. So, technically, in every single game, Genji knows the events of what's going to happen. Now, it is really interesting to think, what if this conspiracy is potentially servant-related? And they are all accomplices from Genji's knowledge. Maybe that is why the crime is so skillfully done every single time. I don't know. Logic errors. Yeah. That is when the two sides of the tale do not meet, creating a contradiction. Damn. When this happens, it becomes a fatal violation of the rules known as a logic error. Yeah. And the game board will immediately collapse and be destroyed. Yeah, that is really interesting. Yeah, so if you just think, I don't know, somebody died. I don't know, you could think, for example, oh, here's a good one, Red Truths. Yeah, I can see why. With Red Truths, like the one that Eva Beatrice said, with the ones that Eva Beatrice said, you know, it really is interesting just to think how many logic errors that could potentially be there that you would have to completely devise and, you know, create a means of preventing them from ruining the flow of the story, really. Fair, yeah. Yeah, it is the greatest and worst form of error that the witch side can make, and one which must always be avoided. Interesting to think that Edicast made this. Kind of. When Kinzo was introduced. So Berto. Yeah, I got close to bumping into those many times in her games. She fought with them every time she created a game. Yeah. I believe it grew even more difficult for her as you became a more formidable opponent. Yeah, that makes sense, yeah. Do you think this game I've made is good enough to show Berto? Yeah, I do wonder. Yeah, that's impressive. Of course. That really is quite something. Berto hasn't woken up yet, has she? It's been a while since her body was formed as a personification of the rules. Is she still not awake? After remaining silent for a while longer, Genji answered. She woke up 3 days ago. Is this talking about the Beatrice that is really, really different? She woke up 3 days ago. You were concentrating on the construction of the 6th game, so I decided to wait before telling you. Sincere apologies. God, 3 days though, that is ridiculous.
Oh,
really?
寝ぼけてやがったに違いない。
Yeah, I bet she's still all drowsy after sleeping so long. Fair enough, yeah.
あいつにぜひ俺のゲームを見てもらいたかったんだ。
No, I really do wonder what she's going to think of it. I really wanted to show her my game.
あいつに俺はゲームを見せなきゃならないんだ。
Fair enough, yeah, no, it's more than that. I have to show her.
俺が全てを理解したことをあいつに教えなきゃならない。
I need to tell her that I've understood everything. Oh yeah, Butler's face broke up into a smile. There was no trace in his expression of the hatred he won. I know, it's so surprising. It really is interesting how his emotions totally turn. Him justifying Natsuhi, even though she has potentially murdered 2 people, by the way. We can't forget about that. There was no trace in his expression of the hatred he had once felt towards Bertol for murdering his family.
ある意味
What a different sight. I would never be expectant of seeing Angie and Featherin, out of all people, in, you know, a sight like this, completely spectating over everything. In a way,
これが第5のゲーム最後の謎だったわ。
that was the final riddle of the 5th game.
そうだ。
Yes.
バトラは真相に至ると同時にベアトに対する心象が大きく変わった。
Oh yeah, yeah. When Butler reached the truth, there was a great change in his impression of Bertol.
それ
Yes.
はつまりやはりお兄ちゃんとベアトには何かの関係があってそれを彼が防出していたと考えるのが適当なの？
So we should assume that there really was something between Butler and Bertol, and that he forgot all about it. Yeah, and that does really, really make it interesting when you think about the true nature of the riddle, and you think about the compassion and, you know, the understanding required to actually solve it as well. However, Butler suspected that this in the 4th game and asked Bertol about it. Yeah, according to the tale, this was denied by the Red Truth. 6 years ago, no person called Beatrice existed for Butler.
6年前にベアトが存在しなかったとも受け取れるし、
We can read this as saying that Bertol did not exist 6 years ago.
6年前にはバトラと縁がなかったとも受け取れる。
Or it could simply mean that she had no connection to Butler at the time.
しかしいずれにせよ、バトラはその後6年間、
Yeah, it is
ロッケン
interesting.
島には訪れない。
However, either way, Butler did not visit Rokkenjima at all for the next 6 years.
ベアトリーチェとお兄ちゃんはこの1986年10月4日が初対面のはず。
October 4th, 1986 should have been the first time Beatrice on Nitan met.
なのにどうしてすでに確執があるの？
If so, why was there already some kind of antagonism between them?
さっぱり意味がわからないわ。
Don't have a clue what it means. Isn't it interesting to think that the sin Butler committed 6 years ago could potentially be some sort of belief in the Golden Witch? Or maybe some sort of story that has actually been told that other people have then listened to, and then that's been a manifestation of the illusion that has then caused it, you know, the exponential increase in terms of how much it's been manifesting will make it so that it becomes something real, and then, you know, it's going to become something really, really deadly. Maybe the illusion of the witch could be what Butler has created, who knows?
第4のゲームでベアトがバトラに問いかけた。
Yeah, that sin of Ushinomiya Batoras, which Bertol took Battler to task for in the 4th game.
後ろ宮バトラの罪に
Yeah,
何
might,
かの鍵があろうな。
yeah, might give us a clue.
その結果がベアトリーチェという存在なのかもしれない。
Yes, the result of that might have been Beatrice herself.
その結果
The result,
お兄ちゃんの罪の結果がベアト
yeah, the result of Oni-chan's sin was Bertol. That almost sounds as though Oni-chan created the witch called Beatrice himself. Yes,
まるで
almost as though
ベアトリーチェとはバトラの駒のようだな。
Beatrice was Battler's piece.
6年前のバトラの
Battler sinned 6
罪。
years
その
ago.
罪で人が死ぬ。
Yeah, she remembers, because of that sin people died.
殺すのはベアトリーチェ。
The one doing the killing was Beatrice.
すべてが6年前のバトラの罪から連綿と続くと考えるなら、
If you consider the possibility that everything is connected to Battler's sin 6 years ago,
ベアトリーチェを生み出したのはバトラ自身。
yeah, then the one who created Battler was Beatrice himself. The one who created Beatrice was Battler
まるで
himself.
バトラの駒のようだと思った。
I see that, yeah, I thought it sounded almost as though she was Battler's piece. No, I see this, I don't disagree with it.
意味わかんないわ。
I don't get it.
お兄ちゃんが何かの罪を犯したとしても少なくとも殺人
Yeah,
な
but
ん
no, I
か
couldn't
よっぽ
agree
ど
more.
軽い何かだわ。
Why does an illusion in Beatrice becoming real? It is interesting that an illusion of Beatrice becoming real and becoming widely accepted by the people and, you know, increasing in terms of the amount of accepting that has happens. It's just interesting that all of that has actually led to murder. But I think it's not the illusion, it's not his sin in itself that has led to murder. It's because of the fact that people have used his deed, I'm not calling it a sin, as a result, and as a result of using it, murder has occurred. I don't think it was Battler's fault. That is, if Battler believing in Beatrice has caused everything to happen. I don't get it. Even if Onyi-chan sinned in some way, his crime couldn't have been anything close to murder.
それに対する仕返しがこの大量殺人なのだとしたら
If this huge massacre is retaliation for what he
あまり
did.
にお兄ちゃんの罪と割りが合わない。
Oh yeah, but don't ever find proportion in the mind of somebody who would kill an entire family.
ベアトは親族たちを皆殺しにした。
Bertol killed our family.
お父さんもお母さんもお兄ちゃんもみんな
Dad, Mum, Oni-chan,
それ
everyone.
に見合う罪がお兄ちゃんにあったなんて信じられるわけがない。
No, I know. How could it be the case? I can't believe that Oni-chan's sin was anything deserving of that.
罪は測る人間によって重さが異なる。
The weight of a sin depends on the person measuring
バ
it.
トラにと
True,
って
yeah.
防出できる程度の罪でも
Even a sin so light that Battler might have forgotten. Yeah, exactly. It could have been
ベア
life
トに
changing
と
for
って
someone
は
else.
6年を経てなお一族を皆殺しにするほどの恨みを持つに値するものだったのかもしれぬ。
Maybe that could have been a severe denial of Beatrice. Maybe it could have been Battler just, you know, having fun of Beatrice. Sorry, making fun of Beatrice, laughing at her, slandering her, stuff like that. I feel like that could actually be likely. I don't know though. No, it's absurd.
まあ私もそれは
Yeah, even she does.
そして何よりそんな相手だったら
Well, even I find that a bit excessive, and more
真
importantly,
相を知ったとはいえバトラがあれだけ親身になるとは到底思えぬ
yeah, no, I see that, yeah. Yeah, even if I find that a bit excessive, and more importantly, if she were a person like that, I would find it hard to accept that Battler would act so free and friendly towards her after discovering the truth. Yeah, I know, it is really quite odd. Feather's observation was an interesting one. Yeah, definitely, yeah. In a past game, Bertolt clearly said that Oni-chan's sin 6 years ago was the cause of this 2-day tragedy. Yeah, I still don't know what that kind of sin was. However, he figured out what it was at the end of the 5th game. Yes, maybe. Isn't it really quite interesting to think that that sin could have potentially led to a big breakthrough that could have maybe made it so that the truth has been figured out? Yeah, and he apologised to Bertolt. I know it's ridiculous. No, but the only thing is, isn't it interesting to think that Battler is so selfless of a person that he views himself as the person who is actually doing wrong because of the fact that he caused it, rather than the person who has been affected and has exerted their anger on other people as a result of it in the worst way possible. Even though she was the witch who had massacred his entire family in retaliation for his sin of 6 years previous. I know, Battler apologised to her. Of course, it was the player Battler who apologised. Yeah. It was the player Battler who had apologised, not the peace Battler whose family had been murdered over and over again. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. But even so, Battler must have remembered something at the end of the last game that made him feel like apologising. Regarding Natsuhi? Does that mean that this sin from 6 years ago? Yeah, I do wonder. Does that mean that this sin's from 6 years ago? Is hidden somewhere in the Tales of Seasons Apart? Yeah, I do wonder. I've already formed a certain theory on that matter. Oh? Let's hear it. To be honest, I'm actually happy she said that. I'm not even joking, I was actually kind of praying she'd say that. Yeah, I cannot tell you yet. Yeah, that is interesting. You've formed a certain theory doesn't necessarily mean that that is the definitive answer, though. Cannot tell you that yet. I want to enjoy being the only one who knows the answer for a little while longer. Oh yeah, she's probably going to enjoy all the moments where her being the only one knowing is really going to impact everything. Ah, well then I guess I'm done reading for you. You have got to be kidding me. Oh, that's dirty. Well, we can't have that, can we? Have some patience and read a bit further. Fair, so it is kind of invalid, I suppose, when you're looking at a full declaration of the truth. My theory is still nothing more than a guess. Oh. Yeah, read so that the theory can be a little bit more certain, so that Featherwing can tell Angie about it. That's a good track. Dude, I am pissed off. It's as if I am literally, I mean, this is not the time, but I don't know why, but I am saying things in ways that are so weird that it's... I've genuinely said some things that you could misinterpret them for... You could type them out and then they'd be said like I did. I've accidentally said, for example, words that had O in them with an I in them. And O is right next to I on the keyboard. It's weird. Yeah. I mean, obviously A is not anywhere near I on the keyboard, but still, it's just kind of annoying, you know, when you accidentally get one letter wrong, therefore the entire meaning of the word changes. Oh my god. I am so grateful to Angie for not having the most annoying Waga Aruji statement. Holy fucking shit. Yeah, definitely. I actually do want to hear what comes next after all. Yeah, relatable. Just what kind of connection do Onii-chan and Beatrice have with each other? Yeah, and the epitaph's motive as well. Understanding that will probably give me a massive clue towards finding the truth of this world. Yeah. After all, because he remembered that. Yeah, seriously, yeah. Yeah, he was able to reach the truth. Whatever this is a proper motive for the true killer. Though it may affect Beatrice, it also really affects the true killer as well.
Beatrice!
Ooh, that's interesting. This is Kuwadorian. I'm going to take a bit of a break. In other words, I'm sleeping for a bit because I'm so fucking tired. God, I love this soundtrack. It's so sweet. It's so soothing. It really is just proper reflection of the mystery genre as well. Right, okay, I'm back now. This is going to be really quite interesting, so I do wonder if we're actually going to get, you know, any intel on the true nature of Basila's sin. Who knows? Yeah, I don't disagree with this. I do feel that you could potentially have a massive clue. I don't know though. It's really hard to tell. Maybe it's like a really, really significant clue, or maybe there's actually nothing there at all. Who knows? I think that's very unlikely the case though. Yeah, but look at this next line. Beatrice. That's actually really quite interesting. So he's going into Kawadorian. Why? Welcome, Master. Isn't it really quite interesting just how enveloped the servants actually are in the conspiracy? Yeah, welcome, Master. Beatrice-sama is waiting for you. Yeah, they know everything. This way, please. It's just really quite funny how much the servants are able to hide. Yeah, this place was a villa set aside for Beatrice's use. It was a sacred site for her only, but so that she could spend her days without being affected by the outside world. I know, yeah. It is weird, yeah. My heart began to race. Yeah, I'm so glad that she was able to revive and that everything's okay. Bertol is a personification of the rules. Yeah, that is interesting. So even though she was destroyed once, it's possible for her to be reborn again. Yeah, I suppose when Basila says a personification of the rules, he's referring to not only the epitaph killings, but also, well, just in general, I suppose the rules of the game board. You know, people must be killed at fixed times, or maybe not fixed times, but, you know, certain times of the day. I do see that, yeah. Basil had quickly succeeded in reviving Bertol's body, but he had trouble summoning her soul back. Yeah, that is interesting. However, during the time he'd spent immersed in the creation of the 6th game, she has woken up. And this had happened 3 days ago. That is interesting. So is it going to be the different Beatrice? Or is it going to be... Yeah, Basil let himself be led into the dining hall. Ah, the dining hall had been set up for his and Bertol's use. It existed so that they could enjoy some black tea while having conversations that Oh yeah, that were only possible now that he had reached all of the truth. Isn't it really interesting to think that this part beforehand it would have been totally inaccessible to Battler, but now he can access everything regarding Doc Genjima just because of the sheer honour he has as a game master. Yeah, I want to tell her. I want to tell Bertel that I found the truth. Yeah, Battler couldn't hold back his excitement over this miracle he'd been granted. The miracle of Bertel waiting for him in the dining hall to hear what he had to say. I just hope he's not going to be disappointed. Oh, where's Beatrice? Same as usual. Is she doing well? Oh yeah, she's doing quite well. Interesting. Yeah, she's been waiting for you all this time, Master. Oh yes. Wait, so this is going to be the unchanged Beatrice? So she's in the dining hall. Is she eating or something? Oh, he sounds so happy. You cannot hear anything but pleasure in his voice. Well, not really pleasure. That sounds a little bit weird, but you know, anticipation, excitement, stuff like that. Oh, that's okay. It doesn't matter either way. Yeah, I think so. If this is the Beatrice that we've seen, then isn't it really, really odd the Beatrice we've seen? It's as if she is so powerless that Battler is like Battler is so absurdly superior to Beatrice. When he's trying to open the doors to the dining hall. Yeah, no, I see that. It's just the most grand tea party ever. When he swung open the door to the dining hall, Battler was greeted by a wonderful sight. Yeah, though the food laid out on the table wasn't particularly sensational, it was arranged beautifully. And a champagne bottle stood there waiting. Oh my god. Wait, you've got to be kidding me. This is the real Beatrice. Then, or not the real Beatrice, but the Beatrice we know. Then the person clad in that familiar dress with this beautiful hair, golden hair, bowed deeply in greeting.
Beatrice.
Beatrice.
私に姿を与えてくださり、
Yeah.
誠にありがとうございます。
Yeah, he's definitely going to be surprised, and he is definitely going to realise that this Beatrice has a lot that is different to her than the normal one. That's actually really quite nice. You know, the fact that it's just the most grand sight, and, you know, it's as if it's the most rewarding sight as well. It's as if he's really, really done everything to get here, and now he can just enjoy the luxuries for a bit, really. If, like the end of episode 6 indicates, he does not become the game master, and he completely falls victim to Edika and Burncastle, then, yeah, I don't really know what to think, though. Yeah, my sincerest gratitude for giving me this form. Yeah, so Battler wasn't fully able to revive the soul, but the form. Yeah, that is nice. Yeah, come on, don't worry about that. I'm so glad. Wow, yeah, Battler rushed up to Bertel and hugged her tightly. I feel kind of bad for Beatrice. She's probably clueless about what's actually happening. Fair, yeah, just to make sure our body wasn't just mist or an illusion. Yeah, interesting. Isn't it really interesting just to see the total change within Battler? Hi. Yeah, I solved. Your riddle for you. But then, before I could tell you about, I know she had died. Yeah, you went and disappeared. That is too cruel, but at the same time, the fact that Battler is actually able to see Beatrice now, it's not only surprising, but it's so deserved. It really is.
私はここにいます。
Yeah, I'm right here.
消えたりなんかしません。
I will not disappear. Oh no, that is always how Beatrice talks now. It's okay, you can stop talking like that. Yeah, I'm not going to ask you for anything in return.
お前に謝りたい。
Anyway, I want to
そ
apologize.
して語らいたい。
And I want to talk with you.
何から先に口にすればいいかさえわからな
Fair
い。
enough. I mean, for the entire 5th game board, Basila has just been unable to talk to Beatrice. All he has seen is just somebody with, you know, stone cold eyes. No response whatsoever because she had given up. And isn't it really interesting to think that Beatrice, on one hand, her doings could be interpreted as giving up, but on the other hand, they could be interpreted as making Basila fight for himself. So, some sort of strengthening technique.
私がお父様に謝られることなど何もありません。
Yeah, you have done nothing that you need to apologize for, father.
私はただお父様のお役に立てればそれで幸せなのです。
Yeah, I'm glad just to be of service to you. Beato?
ベアト、
Yeah, that's the most horrible thing. I mean, even though obviously this Beatrice, we've got to wait a lot of time until Beatrice actually regains her soul back. It's just kind of horrible that, you know, the first person Basila actually meets isn't really true to the Beatrice he knows.
お父様のために生まれてきました。
Yeah, Beatrice was born for your sake, father.
どうかあなたの力にならせてください。
Please let me support you.
そしてお父様、
And father.
第6のゲームの完成、誠におめでとうございます。
And father, congratulations on completing the 6th game.
だからそんな喋り方やめろって。
No, she's not. She can't. I told you, stop talking like that.
うさんくさくてたまらねえぜ。
You're creeping me out.
この喋り方ではお気に召しませんか？
Do you find the style of speech displeasing?
部長法をどうかお許しください。
Please forgive my rudeness.
お気に召しませんかってことはねえが。
No, it isn't. No,
らしくねえぜ。
not whatsoever. Yeah, well, I don't find it displeasing, but it's not like you.
やっぱお前はいつもの口調がぴったりだ。
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, it is so absurdly unique. Yeah, I guess I like the way you usually talk, but it's so fun. An awkward little moment here. Yeah, Bethel smiled vaguely. To Basila, it probably looked as though they were both smiling at the unusual way she was talking. Oh, yeah, like a really quite uncomfortable smile. Yeah, however, Bertol's smile was vague and uncertain. After all, she didn't know how she was supposed to... Oh, yeah, that's the worst. Yeah, anyway, Bertol.
一体これは何の冗談だってんだ？
Just what kind of joke is this?
まさか大ベアトリーチェ様自らが手料理を作ったってのか？
No, I do see that actually. I don't think that's ever happened before. And the alcohol as well. I mean, that is really uncharacteristic. Who did this? Don't tell me that the great Beatrice somehow decided to cook for me.
第6のゲームが完成されましたと聞き、
When I heard that you were completed the 6th game.
ささやかですが、ねぎらいの席が設けられないかと思いまして。
God, that's really surprising. I wanted to see if I could prepare a modest reward to congratulate you. Isn't it really quite interesting to think that these people, I mean, you know, though they may not have any of their personality retained, they still have a lot of life skills retained. And to think about it this way, like, they are literally being revived from nothing. You know, an entire soul is just being grown from nothing. And it's being, it's going to eventually go into the Beatrice that we knew. But what I find really interesting about this is that, you know, there are so many things, not only regarding the soul, but regarding just life skills in general that you would have thought Beatrice would have had to learn. Like, for example, I don't know, even stuff like walking. Would she have had to have learned that if, you know, she's in an adult's body and yet she hasn't ever been there and hasn't ever existed before? It's just interesting that she has, you know, not only abilities to do stuff that humans could naturally do so quickly, but also do stuff like cooking, which are life skills that not every human knows how to do. When I heard that you have completed the 6th game, I wanted to see if I could prepare a modest reward to congratulate you.
ベアトリーチェ様がそれはもう大層頑張られてお作りになられたんですよ。
Beatrice-sama really worked hard to make this.
私は一
That's
切
really
手伝って
nice.
おりませんとも。ええ。
Damn. I didn't even need to lend a hand at all. No, I didn't. The food served on the table really was modest and inexpertly made. Yeah, that's really nice. Yeah, you could tell by looking at it that Berto, who wasn't particularly skilled with cooking, had given this her all. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. Oh no, I feel bad for Beatrice though. I mean, obviously it's only natural that Battler's going to feel like this, but still. However, signs of discomfort and irritation were beginning to appear on Battler's face. Yeah. What's?
これはどういうことだ？
Yeah, going on here. Fair enough for
え
asking.
え。ですからベアトリーチェ様が親方様をねぎらおうと。
Well, as you said, Beatrice-sama wishes to congratulate you. Sweat was starting to show up on Kumasawa's foot. God, a real tensing of the atmosphere. She was also feeling uneasy. Yeah, interesting, yeah. When he noticed, Battler realised that it wasn't just his imagination. Beato turned her back to Battler and stuck a corkscrew into the champagne bottle. Then she showed it to Battler.
お父様、第6のゲームの完成、誠におめでとうございます。
Further congratulations on the completion of the 6th game.
必ずや宿敵フルドエリカに勝利することを祈願してこれを捧げます。
Oh no, was that something that you shouldn't have mentioned? In the hopes that you will provide victorious over your long-time rival Furudo Erika. When presented with a champagne bottle and a sound like that, anyone would think that the cork had been pulled out. However, it wasn't the cork. Oh, it was the bottom of the bottle. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh shit, that's embarrassing. Oh shit. The high quality champagne that Berto had procured splashed all over and on the floor and her dress. Oh shit. Then the same sound repeated several more times. Oh, what? Each time one of the plates of food on the table was knocked into the air.
お父様、
Father,
お気に召しませんでしたか？
did you find the food displeasing? Oh, that is interesting. So if Battler doesn't actually approve of it, is it just completely destroyed?
お前は
Yeah,
誰だ？
that is a fair question. God, no. Yeah, it is a properly mysterious setting. Who are you?
私はベアトリーチェでございます。
Yeah, I am Beatrice.
お父様のために生まれてまいりました。
Yeah, isn't it really quite interesting that I was born for your sake, Father?
違う。
That's not right. No, I see that, yeah. Oh, God, I feel really quite bad for Beatrice. She really has tried her hardest here. But at the same time, it's just really interesting to think that, you know, this furniture-like type of Beatrice is, you know, doesn't have a remote trace of Beatrice. Who is this?
ベアトじゃない。
Yeah, this isn't Berto.
そして俺をお父様なんて呼ぶな。
And anyway, don't call me father.
これはどういうことだ？
What's going on here?
何なんだこれは？
What is
ベ
this?
アトを蘇らせたんじゃなかったのか？
No, I see that. Yeah, didn't I revive
ゲ
Berto?
ンジ、これはどういうことだ？
God, yeah, Genji, what's this all about?
恐れながら
My apologies.
紛れもなくそのお方はベアトリーチェ様でございます。
What an honest reply. My apologies, but that is indeed Beatrice-sama.
そんなはずあるか？
Are you kidding me?
これのどこがベアトなんだ？
How is it supposed to be Berto?
全然違う。偽物だ。
No, I see that. I see that. Yeah, it's just as if somebody has got her and then they've stripped her of all of her personality and now she's just a piece of furniture. Yeah, how is this supposed to be Beatrice? She's totally wrong, a fake.
いいえ、ベ
Yeah,
ア
that
トリー
is
チ
the
ェ様で
weirdest
ござい
thing.
ます。
Somebody really needs to tell him that, you know, the more he gets to know Beatrice, the more she's going to revert back to her original self. At least you would ideally think. It may not happen. Now this is Beatrice Summer.
ゲーム版のルールに従い生み出され、紛れもなくベアトリーチェ様ご自身でございます。
It's absurdly cruel. This is without a doubt Beatrice Summer, who was born in accordance with the rules of the game board.
いや、こんなのはベアトじゃない。
Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, this isn't anything like Beatrice.
ベアトってのはもっとおかしな喋り方をして、品のない笑いをして。
I know.
それから。
I know she is way too polite. It's only this situation where being polite is a really bad thing. This isn't anything like Beatrice. Beatrice would always talk in that weird way and laugh rudely and...
いいえ、間違いなくベアトリーチェ様ご自身でございます。
This is most certainly Beatrice Summer herself.
じゃあどうしてこんな喋り方をする？
Yeah, definitely, yeah. Why is she talking
ど
like
うし
that
て
then?
俺をお父様なんて呼ぶんだ？
Yeah, why is she calling me father?
ベアトリーチェ様はお生まれになったばかりでございます。
Beatrice Summer was only born a short while ago.
かつてのような振る舞いをいきなり期待されるのは、
Yeah.
あまりに酷というものでございます。
That's a really nice thing to say, yeah. It would be far too cruel to expect her to act as she once did so soon.
まだ記憶が戻らないということなのか。
They're saying that her memory hasn't returned yet.
親方様、
Master.
確かにこの方はベアトリーチェ様ご自身です。
This person truly is Beatrice Summer herself.
しかし、親方様がよくご存知のベアトリーチェ様ではありません。
Not the Beatrice Summer you know so well.
どういう意味だ？
What are you talking about?
俺はゲームマスターなんだろ？
I'm the game master, right?
どうしてベアトを蘇らせられないんだ？
No, I see that. Yeah, why can't I revive Beato?
ええ、確かに蘇りましたとも。
Beatrice Summer has revived, yeah.
しかし、かつてのベアトリーチェ様は1000年を経られたベアトリーチェ様。
However, the old Beatrice Summer lived for 1,000 years.
一方、こちらのベアトリーチェ様はご本人なれど生まれたばかり。
This Beatrice Summer, on the other hand, was only born a short while
違
ago.
う人間のように見えるのは
Yeah.
致し方ないことでございます。
It's really absurdly unfair, though. It truly is. If she appears to be a different person, well, that just can't be out. I mean, look at how much Bastila has tried so hard. It's just horrible. Like, you finally understand everything about the person that you know that, you know, let's be honest, he loves, and also, you know, the person that he has the biggest bond with, and you understand everything about just how, in general, you know, the game board works, something that he's been trying to do for such a ridiculously long time. Isn't it just horrible to think that, you know, he's got so many things he wants to tell somebody, and in that one opportunity, he hasn't been able to whatsoever.
じゃあどうやったらあのベアトは蘇るんだ？
Yeah, then how can I revive that Beato?
体はある、ここに。
Her body is right here.
魂はどうやれば蘇る？
Yeah, how can I revive her soul?
同じ1000年の人生を歩めば、
No way.
かつてと同じベアトリーチェ様にもなるでしょう。
And then you've got the debate of why would you inflict 1,000 years of cruelty just so that somebody could become the same Beatrice they were 1,000 years ago? And if anything, to be fair, if Battler is an endless sorcerer and he actually maintains that status, lifespan doesn't matter. But yeah, why would he live 1,000? Would he actually live 1,000 years of his life just to see Beatrice again? I mean, that is unimaginable levels of Kinzo related stuff there. But no, I know, seriously. It's absurd. Are you telling me to wait 1,000 years?
人の性格は生まれながらだけのものではありません。
It all changes. Yeah, it's just going to be as if this Beatrice is going to be just a child who you are really going to have to direct to, you know, how her personality was. There's so many moral debates about this, by the way.
その後の生き方や経験によっていかようにも変わります。
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Yeah, it can change drastically based on how they live and what they experience. So I wonder how... I really hope that Battler treats this Beatrice correctly.
意味がわかりますか？
Oh, Toya. Do you
同
understand?
じベアとであっても同じでないということが
Even though she is the same Bertha, she is not the same. Yeah, definitely, but
わかるわ。
I don't understand why she's gone from Featherin to Toya.
同じ人間が2人いたとしても生い立ちで人はいくらでも変わる。
Even if you had two of the exact same person, they could change enormously depending on their upbringing. Exactly, yeah, I couldn't agree more. If you make it so that somebody has just had some... If you had somebody with entirely exactly the same personality, then just depending on how they've actually experienced life, they will change. I
本
agree.
来は同じ人間であるにもかかわらずその生い立ちによって
Exactly, I don't disagree.
別人と言ってもいいほどに変わり得る
That's horrible though, so... No, this is the worst. It's just such a mockery. Like, you have somebody, you have to treat them well, but at the same time they possess the same body and form of the person that you previously, you know, had such a connection with. I mean, that's just so... If you ask me, that's actually a little bit worse than, you know, having... I think that's a little bit worse than having somebody dead. Because if this person's really quite significant in your life, then you're going to have to constantly look at them. And you're going to constantly have to be reminded of the person that they look like but aren't. Even though they may be the same human being to start with, their upbringing could change so much that they effectively become two completely different people.
本来人は人であり、人格そのものを指して人とは呼びません。
Yeah, I see that. Yeah, usually we use the term person to refer to a person, not their
しか
personality.
し人格を人だと認める人間たちにとってそれはさながら他人のようなものでしょう。
No, I see that. Yeah, however, since humans recognize a person by their personality, those two might as well be different people from a human perspective. Yeah, I do see that, yeah. That's so true.
お嬢だ
Yeah.
って12年前の気の毒な一件がなけりゃ今頃は笑顔が似合うキュートな女の子だったかもしれない
Jesus Christ, that is the worst thing you can say. Worst thing possible. If that tragedy 12 years ago hadn't happened, this little lady of ours might be a cute girl who can smile without looking weird.
失礼ね。
Yeah, seriously, yeah. To be fair, I mean, obviously, I know it's a really disrespectful thing to say, but these things do look quite odd on her. So I suppose, is that why he's saying they look weird? That's rude.
今だって十分キュートだってば。
Pretty cute as it is. I understand. If a personality is what makes a person in our eyes, you could probably say that a second personality represents a different person entirely, even if it inhabits the same flesh body. Yeah, I suppose so, yeah. But how would you say... Let's say you have alternate personalities. How would you interpret that, though? Let's say you have one personality that rules over the other and then... Because I'm sure it's possible to exist with two different personalities in one... you know, in one body and one mind. Yeah, do you see that? Wow, look at that background. That is a properly old school background. It just looks like something you'd see in a typical stock witch's home, stock image witch's home, at the very least. Yeah, I'm a completely different person than I used to be 12 years ago. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, but you could say that you're a completely different person because of the fact that your personality has changed. And if my family had come home 12 years ago, then the Angie that resulted would surely be a... Yeah, agreed, yeah. Even a single human can become a different person, yeah. In fact, depending on their upbringing and endless possibilities, they can become an endless number of different... Exactly, yeah. So just because this is Bertha there's no guarantee that she'll become the battle that Onon-chan knows so well. Yeah,
まして
agreed.
やベアトリーチェは1000年を経た魔女。
And on top of that, Beatrice is a witch who lived to 1,000 years. Yeah, Basila's gonna have to wait an inexplicable amount of time if he actually wants to see Beatrice in her full glory.
死ぬことだって生まれ変わることだってできる。
People can die and be reborn in just 3
それ
days.
が1000年じゃどうにもならないわ。
Seriously, yeah. 1,000 years is such a huge amount of time. I don't get where Angie gets this from. People can die and be reborn in 3 days.
あなたはなかなかできる読者のようですね。
It seems you're quite a skilled reader.
波の読者相手だったら同一の人間であってもその生い立ちと時間によって
For most of my readers, it would be necessary to spend several hundred pages to
別
explain.
人になりうることを説明するために数百ページを割かねばならぬというのに
How a single person can become different people depending on their upbringing and time.
あまり読者をなめないで。
Don't underestimate your readers.
私たちはただ読んでるだけじゃない。
Yeah, we aren't just reading.
読んで考えてるの。
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
100人に読ませれば90人くらいは読める。
If I make 100 people read it, about 90 will be able
し
to.
かし意味がわかるのは50人。
However, only 50 will actually understand what
そ
it
して
means.
そこからさらに考えられるのは20人もいない。
Yeah, that is interesting, and not even 20 will actually think beyond
よ
that.
く噛んで飲み込みなさいと。
And all I ask is that they think it over a bit.
ただそれだけの話なのに。 しかしあなたはどうやらその貴
Yeah, that
重
is
な
really
20
convenient.
人の中の一人だし。
However, it seems that you are one of those precious 20 readers. Well, yep, you've got to have some
だ
praise
からこ
somewhere.
こへ招いたのです。人の子よ。
Yeah, and we can definitely see that in Angie's indication. In the indication Angie actually has of spotting the reference that connects these two people. Yeah, that's why I invited you here, child of man. She has a name. Yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, it was seriously hard to like this Hachido Toya person. However, though this forgery she had written was still in its first stages. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, it definitely was. Though it contained something very similar to the tales in those message bottles. I just find it really surprising that these are... I think, you know, judging by the fact that Featherwind has literally seen every single game, I think it's incredibly likely that these tales exactly mirror what is actually present on the game board. Then again, at the same time, the truth is at the mercy of the writer. What if there's something that the writer didn't like or felt was really quite boring? She could have just instantly changed it if she wanted to. It doesn't necessarily have to be accurate. Yeah, isn't it ironic that Angie is saying this while gaining her approval? God, if she didn't have her approval... No, this person would be scary if he didn't have her approval. Speaking metaphorically, one might call it a scent. An indescribably unique and stern atmosphere. Yeah, definitely like a stuffy library. No, I see that, yeah. The Beatrice who wrote the message bottles and Hachijo Toya are different people. Yeah, and yet this has the same scent as that too. That is interesting, yeah. And then again, you can be deceived. You can be led astray and think that a certain scent applies to a certain association and then associate it with it. But it may be entirely different, I see. This is why some of those curious witch hunters are so intensely devoted to her. Oh yeah, because there is a lot of element of truth into it. Their keen sense of smell was able to sniff out that familiar scent. Yeah, that is interesting. Very well then.
どうぞ続きを読んで
Please continue reading.
文字を追うあなたの顔を見るのが何よりも楽しいの。
Oh, that's interesting. There could be nothing more entertaining watching your face as you glance over the work. So whatever happens, it's probably going to be really quite
そして
shocking.
言葉を交わし合うことも。
That and speaking with you.
物書きは感想に飢えてるってのは本当ね。
Oh yeah, no, I see that. Yeah, I guess it's true that writers are always starving for opinions on their
でも
works.
申し訳ないけど、こんな分厚い原稿を延々と読んでる時間はないの。
However, sorry to disappoint you, but I don't have time to read all the way through this thick manuscript. More
私はあなたに
importantly,
時間なんていくらでもあるでしょうに。
and yet you have plenty of time. Both the second hand and the pendulum on the ornate clock behind Hachijo have been moving the whole time. However, absolutely no time had passed for a while now. Yeah, that is interesting. Only about 3 minutes had gone by since the time she had entered the room. So I'm assuming in this room, it's really quite odd to think, but I think time passes a little bit slower than normal.
ね、
See?
時間など気にすることもないでしょう。
That's hilarious. Time isn't one of your
あ
problems.
なたが読み終わるまで、すべての時間はあなたを追い立てない。
Yeah, and in theory, you know, when Angie's actually been here, I mean, if this has only been 3 minutes, then maybe give it around, I don't know, I think realistically 3 to 4 hours. Boom, she's done. Maybe 5 after the...
次のページ。
That is never something Amakusa would normally ask. Isn't it really interesting to think that Amakusa, in this case, was just an illusion that Featherin actually created so that Angie would be lured over here? And it's just so funny. It's such a clever luring, but at the same time, there really aren't many bad intents behind it. Next page, Legend. Next page. Amakusa badgered me. What a verb. Oh my god, badger. I'm gonna badger you. Oh my god. Amakusa badgered me to turn the page, so I return to the world of the tale once more. Yeah. Isn't that really quite funny though? Oh my god, I would so love to be in this world that Featherin is in. No time problems whatsoever. Why does her tail have the same scent of Beatrice's, I wonder? Is it because she actually has reached the truth, as she claims? It is interesting that when you find the truth, is it likely that there's something really predictable about the nature of the culprit? Does this mean that anyone who knows the truth could create an endless number of message bottles? Yeah, I do wonder. But the only thing is, how does it end at episode 8 then? Sorry, that's a bold assumption. That is, if it ends at episode 8. Ooh, new song. I think. Is this how the Catbox world works? Isn't that interesting? If you know what the inside contents of the Catbox are, you are able to infinitely replicate what you think the next part of them would be. It's interesting. I think what Featherin has probably done is she's looked through patterns of murder that really are indicated in episode 1 and 2. But what I find really odd is just how you change. How do you... There are so many changes from episode 1 and 2. Mainly Kinzo's behaviour. So I just... to be fair, the Kinzo behaviour in episode... No, wait, I'm being a little bit stupid. The only time Kinzo's behaviour is really different is in episode 5. But still, like, just seeing in general... Predicting one of the characters would be hard enough, but you have to do it for 18 of them. I see. Yeah, I guess you might... She's a legendary witch, more than that. I guess you might also be an endless witch, in fact. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, look at Battler. In fact, maybe anyone who knows the truth can become an endless witch. An endless tale created by the endless witches. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. I know, that is the most horrible thought. I mean, isn't it just interesting that the more you unearth what's actually happening, the more you just realise how truly disgusting it is. An endless tale created by the endless witches. The 2 days starting on October 4th, 1986, when my family is being toyed with endlessly. I have to end it. Yes, I agree, yeah. Yeah, I have to find a hint of truth from within this story and end this endless tale. I really do wonder if Angie's going to see Battler. What do you think, Beato? How's this 6th game I made? Well, you're not the type to give me an honest compliment anyway.
無能なりにそこそこ頑張ったではないか。
Oh yeah, no, I see that. Yeah. You'd probably say something like, more like not bad for an incompetent fool like you.
無能なりにそこそこ頑張ったではないか。
What the fuck? That's really, really surprising. So, isn't it interesting to think that whenever Beatrice makes it so that her old personality or something similar to her old personality is present, it sounds so similar to what Battler is saying? It is interesting though. Is this technically Beatrice? I mean, obviously Battler doesn't view it like this, but could you think that because of the fact that this is the Beatrice you're creating, basically, and you're responsible for the personality of, could you really say that it's Beatrice, or do you treat her like an entirely different person even though she has the same form and body? Weird.
Game Master の立場になってよくわかったぜ。
Now that I've seen what it's like to be a game master, it's pretty clear.
お前も毎回随分と苦労してやがったんだってな。
yeah, oh god, no. It is difficult for Beatrice to actually be able to, you know, not only form this, but do it without any logic errors. I wasn't the only one who had it rough each and every game.
ゲームを作るのは楽なことではない。
Creating a game is far from easy.
よもやそなたとそれをねぎらい合う日が来ようとはな。
Yeah, I certainly never expected us to. Oh my god, me neither. Yeah, never expected us to recognize each other's efforts like this.
ゲームを作るのは楽なことではない。
Creating a game is far from easy.
よもやそなたとそれをねぎらい合う日が来ようとはな。
Creating a game is far from easy. I certainly never expected us to recognize each other's efforts. Isn't it really quite funny that though it is really quite a dead move to do, you could in theory just replicate the conversation? Oh my god, that's hilarious. No, but that is horrible, yeah. Yeah, oh, I feel really bad for Beatrice. This is not only so absurdly painful for Battler, but, you know, Beatrice as well. I mean, this is the thing about Beatrice, you've got to treat her with respect because, you know, she is just a person who has been completely reset and she is trying to... She's actually making an effort, but the only thing is for Battler, it must be... I don't even want to imagine how painful that must be. So he's really going to have a hard time controlling himself, to be honest. What?
こんなのはベアツじゃない。
No, I couldn't agree more. But the only thing is, this is the thing about Beatrice. I mean, you need to make it so that she learns how to be Beatrice. Yeah, this is tricky. Oh, yeah, Battler slammed hard on the desk, but the peace battle showed no reaction. Oh, that is weird. After all, Battler hadn't ordered her. Yeah, that's awful. It would be easy to revive that battle as a piece. Yeah. However, it would only move according to Battler's wishes. Having a conversation with it, oh, it would be impossible, yeah. Yeah, I don't disagree. Yeah, it was no different from talking to himself. The Game Master could summon any kind of piece. Yeah, definitely, yeah, he could move those pieces in any way he wanted, reigning as an absolute god. However, for that very reason, they were just pieces. Yeah, that made it unbelievably lonely. No, yeah, and sad.
お前はたくさんの家具たちやいろいろな物語を紡ぎ出してきた。
You created many kinds of furniture, as well as several tales in the past.
俺はそれを見て、お前はきっとさぞや楽しいだろうなと思っていた。
When I saw that, I was sure you were having a great time doing it.
だが違う。
But that's all... Yeah, that is weird.
お前は信じられないくらい
You
に
were
孤独だったんだ。
unbelievably lonely. Yeah, no, I see that.
お前にとって俺という自らに反逆する対戦相手が
どれほど愉快なものか。
Must have been a relief for you having an opponent like me who could actually go against you.
今の俺には痛いほど理解できる。
Isn't it really interesting about Beatrice here? You know, the fact that she is trying to speak from experience. Then again, it's as if somebody is just trying to speak experience from experience, even though they have never had the experience themselves. Yeah, they partly have at the same time. It's kind of tricky. Yeah, that is really interesting.
Ano, 礼儀正しい、おかしなベアトは。
That weird, polite Beato. I do wonder what he's going to say.
お前なんだろうな。
Yeah, it really was you, wasn't she?
1000年前の。
The way you were 1,000 years ago.
しかし、
And yet,
別人だ。
she's a different person. Yeah, that is interesting.
お前の姿に瓜二つだからこそ、むしろ許せない。
No, I do see that, to be fair. I mean, Beatrice, you know, you would have thought, it is actually really quite cool, the fact that she has entirely inherited Beatrice's looks. Like, you would have thought if she is actually the person who was, you know, born 1,000 years ago, you know, she would look more similar to how... if she is the Beatrice from potentially 1,000 years ago, you would have thought that, you know, she would look more like the Beatrice from 1,000 years ago. It's actually really quite a shame that she doesn't. Yeah, the way... It's just maximised cruelty for Battler. The way she looks like you is what I really can't get over. Can't stand it.
しかし、駒ではないから、俺の意志に背ける。
However, she isn't a piece, so she can go against my will.
コマのお前なんかより、あのベアトの方がはるかに血は通ってるだろうぜ。
No. Isn't it absolutely horrible to think that you have the most significant amount of power, yet at the same time, you know, you can never find the happiness that you had when you didn't have power. Yeah, that Beato is much more alive than a piece like you.
それは認める。
I get that.
だが違うんだ。
But it's all
あれ
wrong.
はお前じゃない。
Yeah, fair. That isn't
お
you.
前の生き別れの妹か何かで、全くの別人なんだ。
No, I do see that, yeah. She's a completely separate person, like a long-lost little sister or
む
something.
しろ、
And that's why.
どうしても受け入れられない。
Yeah, that is tricky. I just can't accept her. As much as he hated the peace version of Beato, Battler felt an even stronger dislike for the chick Beato. Yeah, that is brutal, but I can see that. I really can. Even after a whole 1,000 years. Oh my god, I know, yeah, she still wouldn't become the original Beato. Even if she were ordered to act like the original Beato, it would just be an imitation. Yeah, exactly, and I mean, even though she may be able to do the imitation really well, it's as if somebody is just completely... You know, someone's humiliating them. It's as if it's just someone in another person's flesh. It's just not right. It really isn't. It would be, yeah. This is a very similar but separate person. Yeah, and definitely not Beato herself. It's so cruel. It really is. Yeah, isn't it interesting to think that, you know, her soulless eyes are really indicative of the fact that, you know, she has just completely lost all of her individuality, and now all she is in terms of purpose is... Oh, so in the previous game, Bertha really did disappear for all eternity. I know, that's unbelievable. Even after becoming the Game Master, yeah, he couldn't have revived Bertha whatsoever. Yeah, there was no way to revive... That is horrible. Well, laugh. Laugh at how pathetic I am. Isn't it just so funny that you can so tell how it's an imitation? Just give it a rest already. Yeah, no, I see that. I don't disagree. Yeah, you're just an illusion who won't laugh unless I order. Yeah, exactly. There is nothing. This is horrible. I mean, it's just really interesting that this kind of... Isn't it just really interesting that this just totally reminds me of feelings of control? I mean, I'm sure so many sadists would totally love this. But, you know, obviously... Yeah, they'd use this for really bad intents. But, like, you know, obviously Bastila can't have this whatsoever. And, you know, understandable, he's a reasonable human being. He's just an illusion and who won't laugh unless I order it. And who can't even continue to laugh and... Oh my god, I know, yeah. And who can't even continue to laugh unless I keep on ordering it. Just disappear. Oh, right, I didn't expect that. Yeah, that is interesting. That was such a sudden end, Jesus Christ. I wonder where we're going to be now. Ooh. Oh, Rokenjima. Oh, I've gotta love this soundtrack. Oh, I love this soundtrack so much. Gotta be kidding me. Fuck's sake, man. Right, sorry about that. I just needed to look for something. Right, on Rokenjima this day. Or rather this round. Yeah, we can definitely tell about the narration. It was the same as any other. The typhoon would be coming very soon. The sky was still overcast, but the clouds were moving quickly. Oh yeah, nice one. Yeah, but Rokenjima in all of its glory. Ooh. The only thing on Natsuhi's mind was the plan to cover up Kinzo's absence, yet again, once this year. Yeah. Kraus appeared to have suffered a stomachache from the stress and was... God, that's horrible. That is understandable though. Yeah, I was sleeping in his room. There's Kawabata, Jessica, Kumasawa. Yeah, they all seem so much happier. Yeah. If only Kraus and Natsuhi could be like that. Jessica and Kumasawa had left in a boat to go shopping and greet the incoming relatives on Nijima. That's going to be quite fun. The servants have been busy since the early morning preparing for the family conference. The greatest event of the year. Oh my god, seriously, yeah. But at the same time, though it is the greatest event, there still is a lot that is going to have to be covered up. Yeah, so not only is it the greatest event in terms of, you know, objectivity, but also because of, in terms of what's actually happening regarding people coming to Rokkenjima, but it's also one of the greatest events because you have to hide the greatest amount of things. Shannon and Kanon were rushing to get the guest house ready.
親族の方々を止めるならお屋敷の客室で十分だろうに。
Yeah, if the relatives are going to stay the night, shouldn't the guest rooms in the mansion be more than enough?
そうね。
Good point.
こっちのお掃除大変だもんね。
It's a pain to clean up this place too, after all.
でもゲストハウスのお掃除は好き。
Even so, I like cleaning the guest house.
奥様や他のムカつく使用人もいないから静かでいいもんね。
Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, that is a good excuse. Yeah, make it so that you avoid anybody you don't like. Yeah, it's nice and quiet without Madam and all the annoying servants. Yeah. Shannon smiled widely as she performed a detailed examination of the guest room. Did we forget to clean anything? Oh yeah, I see. Just totally making it so that they have the best hospitality possible. That really is quite something. Did we forget to clean anything? Do we need to restock anything? She diligently gave the room one final check over.
昨夜も入念に点検したじゃないか。
God, she really does care about her job. You checked everything over thoroughly last night too, didn't you?
姉さんは本当に豆だな。
Oh no, I don't disagree. Yeah, you really are dedicated.
こういう日に限って油断するといたずらされるの。
Fair enough. It's days like these you tend to get pranked if you're carelessness. If you're careless, you can never find important things when you need them.
閉めておいたはずのものが開いてたり。
And things that were supposed to be closed turn out to be open.
姉さんはそそっかしいからね。
Oh, that's because you're too
よく
careless.
確認しながら仕事をしないからだよ。
Yeah, you don't pay attention while you work.
だから私と一緒に点
Fair
検してくれ
enough,
てるんだよ
yeah.
ね。
I mean, to be fair, I do kind of see what Kanon's actually saying. I mean, you know, just not checking whatsoever, just totally chatting on the job. But at the same time, I'm sorry, but if you don't chat on the job... Wait, hang on a second. By the way, I'm sorry, I've just noticed something interesting. Look at this. And then also look at... Where was it? Oh, for fuck's sake, it's Toya, who has that little green circle that the servants have. Oh yeah, by the way, I want to quickly just read. What the fuck? She doesn't even know how to use magic. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. That is nice though. It's going to be very hard. It's going to be a very hard job for her. I won't deny. I guess that's why you're helping me out. Thanks.
別に感謝されることじゃないよ。
There's nothing to thank me for.
姉さんがしっかりしてくれれば僕まで付き合わなくて済む。
Oh no way. This is just an excuse for them to have some time together. There's nothing to thank me for. If you were a bit more alert, I wouldn't have to help at all.
本当は私と一緒にいたいんだよね。
Seriously, yeah. But you actually just want to be with me, right?
甘えん坊さんなんだから。
You're such a kid.
そんなんじゃないってば。
That's not it at all.
姉さんは最近ジョージ様のことで浮かれてるみたいだからね。
It's all because you've been so ecstatic about George-sama lately.
ミスが多そうで見てられないだけだよ。
Oh, you're messing up so much I can't let you out of my sight. No, don't tell me you're so engrossed in the furniture ideals.
カノン君、
Kanon-kun,
ちょっとおしゃべりしよっか。
let's chat a bit.
ダメだよ。仕事中だよ。
Nobody can see him. We can't do that now, we're working.
私とジョージ様のことばかり茶化して。
You keep making fun of me and George-sama.
カノン君とジェシカ様はどうなの？
Yeah, you don't go there. But how is it going between you and Jessica-sama?
別に何もないよ。
Nothing's going on in particular.
そんなことよりちゃんと仕事は。
If you have time to talk about that, let's just finish this. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, don't want the stress of potentially having it so that somebody discovers that you're slacking. Kanon had very obviously been trying to change the subject. What the fuck happened? What? Shannon then snuck up behind him and pushed him down onto the bed. Yeah, there's for a careful cleaning. What the fuck? What is she doing?
お嬢様に一緒に親族の方々をお迎えに行こうって誘われたのに、どうして断ったの？
Yeah. To be fair, that is a good question. Yeah, so why did you turn a lady down when she asked you to go with her to welcome the relatives?
仕事があるし。
Yeah, that's the horrible thing. Yeah, because I have work to do.
嘘。
Liar.
仕事なんか何もないくせに。
Yeah, as seen in the fact that he is going to Shannon. Yeah, and it is really interesting to think that I think it was in the third game board. You know, he was just really doing anything he could to totally make up for his regrets of having not fully made the most of the ridiculous opportunities that he had with Jessica. Shannon and Kanon had switched roles. Yeah, no, I see that, yeah. Normally, Kanon was the one in control, but when it came to romance, it was the yeah, understandable, yeah. As Shannon had said, Jessica and Kanon were supposed to have been the ones to go greet the relatives at the harbour on Nijima. Oh, right. However, Kanon suddenly claimed that he had work to do, so Kumasawa had gone instead. Yeah, that is interesting. Kanon didn't have any work to do. Shannon knew this.
お嬢様言ってた。
My lady told me.
文化祭の時のことがあっても、やっぱりカノン君が好きだって。
Yeah, she is never letting go of her love. Yeah, my lady told me. Despite what happened after the cultural festival, she really does like you, Kanon-kun. Isn't it just so horrible to think, you know, that absurd story of separation Kanon actually had from, you know, Jessica. I think it was because Kanon actually realised the fact that Beatrice's magic was actually involved in it, and also the fact that he had just totally became engrossed with the ideal that the only reason he is existing is to carry out work from the Ushidomiya family. He is just a piece of furniture. Yeah, and I've just got the scene up here. Yeah, but isn't it really interesting to think that, look at this. God, I'm so jealous of myself here. I actually needed to wear clothes. God, it's so fucking hot now. Yeah, but isn't it really interesting to think that after this, you know, Kanon and Beatrice are just... By the way, who is Beatrice a substitute for here, by the way? That is the question we need to now be asking. I need to really reinterpret this story. Yeah, but it is just really interesting how the love of Kanon and Jessica went. I mean, oh my god, I will never forget this, the motivation from Jessica. Dude, this shit was horrible. Look at, well, the stuff of Maria and Lozop. Jesus Christ, I will never forget that. Yeah. What's the title of this one? I can never see Halloween the same again due to the 6 murders. Oh yes, Halloween, my favourite time of 6 people getting fucking eviscerated near candy. My lady told me, despite what happened after the cultural festival, she really does like you, Kanon-kun. Oh, I think it's nice that Shannon is doing this. Yeah, convince him to snap out of this ridiculous ideal, even though I'm furniture. Yeah, that's right. And I'm furniture too. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, but despite that, you're in love with a human. Even though you can't. Yes, you can. You think so? Maybe we're furniture.
私たちは家具なんじゃないかな。
Just because we take that for granted.
僕はジェシカお嬢様のことを何とも思ってない。
I don't have any special feelings for Milady
お使
Jessica.
いする後宮家のご令嬢だとしか思ってない。
Oh, I only think of her as the daughter of the family we serve.
本当に？
Yeah, I like that, yeah. Isn't it just really quite interesting that Kanon has so much... I don't really want to say pride, I want to say just... No, it's just as if when... Let's say you're... It's just as if he's trying to cling on to the personality that naturally he's been raised with. I mean, it really does make sense when you think about it. But, yeah, it is just interesting that Kanon is... He's almost scared to go against how he's actually been brought up to be.
本当さ。
Really?
何？
Oh, Shannon looks pissed off, probably.
私ね、
You know,
ひょっとすると今夜
there is a chance.
ジョージ様に求婚されるかもしれない。
Oh, that is interesting that George-sama will propose to me tonight. Yeah, Shannon wore an incredibly peaceful smile on her face. Oh, yeah, but Kanon could tell that there was no way she would let him change the subject. Fair. Oh, no, I see that, yeah. Yeah, that is good, yeah. Kanon realised that she must have made him help out here in the guest house in order to talk to him about this, and he clicked his tongue softly.
家具のくせに人間と結婚なんかできるつもりなの？
No, but to be fair, isn't this interesting about Kanon versus Shannon? You know, Shannon is just, you know, she will do anything. She will just go in there. It doesn't matter about anything regarding, you know, restraints. But Kanon, he's really, really scared about the restraints. Yeah, you really think you can marry a human, even though you're furniture?
できると思う。
I think you can. Yeah, that's nice. Such a confident way of expressing yourself. It won't work.
どうして？
Why not?
ジョージ様の描く未来の夢を姉さんは叶えられない。
Jesus Christ. I mean, to be fair, it is a realistic outlook which he is thinking about, but at the same time, this is the thing. These people love each other so much that they would be prepared to literally cast a shadow on everything near them just so that they can have a happy life together. That dream future that George-sama has imagined for you two is something you can never give him. Nah.
それは。
Well,
僕たちは人間じゃない。
we aren't humans.
それに劣る家具。
That's horrible. I mean, could you imagine being a human being and having thoughts like this consistently because of how you've been raised? I mean, it's just so brutal. Yeah, we aren't humans, we're furniture inferior to them.
ジョージ様は姉さんを人間だと思い込んでるだけ。
Yeah, George-sama only thinks that you're human.
それはそうかもしれないけど。
Well, that is true, but
今日までよく騙し通してこれたものだと思うよ。
I'm impressed that you've managed to keep him fooled this long.
そうやっていつまでジョージ様を騙し通せるつもりなの？
Well, yeah. Do you really think you can keep tricking him like that forever?
自分が家具であることを未だに話せない姉さんが。
Even though you still haven't been able to tell him that you're furniture.
家具とか人間とか。そんな
Yeah,
の
no,
関
I
係ない。
agree. It would just be so nice for Kanon if he could completely forget about everything regarding the furniture. Yeah, being furniture or being human has nothing to do with this.
私の
Yeah,
全
that's
てを
good.
受け止めてくれると思うの。
Yeah, exactly. It's just about the person. It doesn't matter about their status. Does it matter that their inferiority to humans is a thing that's present? No. Being furniture or being human has nothing to do with this. I believe that George-sama will accept everything about me.
それを確かめる勇気もないくせに。
And yet you don't have the courage to check and make sure.
私ね、
You know what?
求婚
I think
受けてみようと思うの。
I'll accept this proposal. As Shannon looked up at the ceiling, she spoke of the imagined future that she and George would create. Though some anxiety over the future appeared on her face. Oh yeah. Yeah, that is understandable, and it's just really interesting to think that Shannon and George, they have such a challenging relationship because of the fact that everything in society is completely against them. And yet they still are trying so hard to actually make it happen because of the strong feelings they feel towards each other. But yeah, so I see that, yeah. So did the joy of knowing what it was like to live with love. Yeah, fair. Oh yeah, definitely, yeah. As Kanon watched this vivid dream he was being shown, he knew that none of his words would reach Shannon anymore. I agree, yeah.
好きにしたらいいよ。
You can just do what you want.
姉さんは一度言い出したらどこまでも頑固だから。
Yeah, that is really, really good. And, you know, in most situations that could be a really annoying thing, but this time it's brilliant. You can do what you want. Once you've said you'll do something, you can be incredibly stubborn. Yep.
私の生きたいように生きてみたい。
I want to live life my own way. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
もう家具だからとか人間だからとか
I'd like to stop being
そういうの
afraid.
に怯えるのはやめようと思うの。
Yeah. Over whose furniture and who's a human. Yeah, and it's just really interesting that this is such a positive attitude that completely makes Shannon and Kanon conflict. And this is an attitude that, I mean, everyone reading this would hopefully think that Kanon needs to, you know, really change himself so that he can fit this attitude as well. Isn't it interesting to think that a part of this job is, you know, a part of actually doing your job is making it so that your personality is completely detracted from any normal human personality, and it's just horrible to think that, you know, these people have been raised. Isn't it just horrible to think that these people were all orphans and then they've been raised with the belief that they're inferior to humans just because of, you know, their position, really? Yeah, live your life. Oh, that's a convenient time to reread everything. Yeah, Kanon walked over to the window silently. He saw the rose garden filled with boring grey flowers and bloom. He realised that Shannon was acting above her place. Oh, God. Yeah, isn't it just so absurdly horrible to think that, you know, that last line really has significance? Because obviously, isn't it ironic that, you know, Kanon has entirely predicted this, and he knew that her tale had no chance of a happy ending? Yeah, exactly, yeah. However, he also knew that no words of his could change her mind now that she had made a decision. Isn't it really interesting to think that Kanon is more the realistic person, thinking that, you know, if you have love now, then in the future, when you realise that it's going to be really, really hard to actually do it with people like Eva preventing you from, you know, marrying George, and also, yeah, it's just interesting that Kanon is scared for the pain that will happen in the future if she is rejected to be in love with George, and, you know, Shannon knows of, well, I suppose, you know, Shannon doesn't really care about the feelings of pain that she may experience in the future because she just thinks it's worth it, really. Isn't it interesting how Kanon's depressing view of the situations outside of him, it just really prevents any ability to appreciate the things around him. In that case. Agreed, yeah. Yeah, it doesn't matter what I say. Yeah. If I tell you to stop, you won't listen. If I tell you to do what you want, you'll do what you want. Why are you talking to me about this? It's not like you care what I have to say. Yes, she definitely does. What I want to know.
カノン君のお嬢様への気持ちなの。
It's how you feel about my lady.
僕は姉さんたちとは何の関係もないよ。
I had nothing to do with the two of you.
カノン君は
Do you really?
本当にお嬢様のことは
Yeah. Feel absolutely nothing
なんとも思っていないの？
for Melody. I do wonder,
思ってないって何度も言ってるよ。
isn't it interesting to think that Kanon is always putting up this really absurdly stubborn front, you know, just refusing to admit the fact that he does potentially have feelings. I mean, to be fair, if Kanon doesn't actually have feelings for Jessica, he shouldn't be forced to. But at the same time, if he is actually doing this as a method of consolation for his genuine feelings, then, yeah, liar.
どうして嘘だってわかるの？
What makes you think that's a lie?
わかるもん。
I can tell.
姉さんだもん。
Fair, yeah, I'm your Nessan, aren't I?
わからないよ。
You don't know?
僕の気持ちなんて。
Yeah, isn't it really, really interesting that Kanon just has, I don't really want to say an emotionless view on things, but he just has a view that really doesn't acknowledge other people. You can't know what I'm feeling.
わかるよ。
I do.
カノン君のことなら私は何でもわかる。
I know everything about you, Kanon-kun. Yeah, fair enough,
本当
yeah.
にわかってるならどうして聞くんだよ。
It's because she wants to make himself actually consider what he truly feels. If you really do know, then why do you
姉
ask?
さんはジョージ様のことでもう胸も頭もいっぱいじゃないか。
Yeah, your head and your heart are completely filled by George-sama, aren't they?
そして僕もそんな一途な姉さんが大好きなんだ。
And it's that sincerity of yours that I love.
だから僕なりに応援してるんじゃないか。
Yeah. God, I really didn't expect that. And it's that sincerity of yours that I love. That's why I'm rooting for you in the
そうで
anime.
なか
I
ったら
think.
僕だって
God.
僕だって？
Even I.
僕だってお嬢様を好きになりたかった。
Yeah. There is no way any of it's a front. Oh my god, even I wanted to love him. Wow. God, no, I know. Yeah, Conan finally turned to face her. Honestly, and openly telling her how he really felt. I know, it's amazing. Yeah, that's what Shannon had wanted to. Yeah, fair enough, yeah. And after hearing that, she pressed Conan even further to reveal his true God,
そんな
wow.
言い方じゃダメ。
You can't leave it at that. Yeah, because obviously, if you truly show how much you are completely dedicated to somebody else, to another person, and you voice it out, even though you have never done it before, you've just concealed yourself for, you know, your job, really, and, you know, your type of personality and your inferiority that you feel across everyone else. You don't have to do that whatsoever. You can't leave it at that.
許さない。
I won't let you.
じゃあどうすればいいんだよ。
Then what should I do?
なんて言えばいいんだよ。
God, what do you want me? God, isn't it so horrible to think that, you know, I mean, I get the feeling that Kanon, when actually rejecting Jessica because of the fact that, you know, he is furniture, though he obviously does it as a thing of custom, it's just something that really pains him every single time. And it's something that, you know, he can't possibly be happy about doing. It must be awful having to do something like that just because of having so little confidence in yourself and so little courage to actually, you know, start something like this. Hmm.
好きになりたかったなんて言い方でごまかさないで。
Don't try to dodge by saying I wanted to love her.
カノン君の素直な気持ちをそのまま口にすればいいの。
All you need to do is honestly tell me what you really feel.
僕には眩しすぎるんだよ、お嬢様が。
My lady is too dazzling
太
for
陽
me.
のようで生き様が眩しすぎて。
The way she lives is dazzling, like the sun.
そんなお嬢様が好きなんだ。
Alright. Yeah, that's why I love her.
そんなお嬢様に手を差し伸べられて共に歩こうと言ってもらえて嬉しか
Oh
った。
yeah. Yeah, that is fair. Yeah, I was so happy when Milady stretched out her hand and asked me to walk with her.
嬉しいんだ。
No, I still am happy. God, isn't it horrible to think that, you know, he has so... I mean, this just gets worse and worse the more we play it, to be honest. You know, just because of the fact that you just realise how truly tragic of a situation Kanon's inferiority has actually led him to go to. Yeah, Milady is too dazzling for me. The way she lives is dazzling. But yeah, that's why I love her. I was so happy when Milady stretched out her hand and asked me to walk with her. No, I still am happy. You love her, don't you? Yeah. God, total honesty. Yes, I do. I love Milady. Wow. Finally. Yeah, definitely, yeah. Kanon confessed his feelings in their entirety. Yeah. In fact, by saying it aloud, he finally understood how he truly felt. That's really good, yeah. Yeah, and this is the thing about a life like this. You know, you have so... it's just so horrible to think that these people have so little people who are actually close to them that it's just so hard to actually talk about issues. And I think it is so good that Kanon has been able to do this. Yeah, finally, Kanon confessed his feelings in their entirety. In fact, by saying it out loud, he finally understood how he truly felt. As passionate tears welled up in his heart. God, yeah. Kanon finally accepted it. He couldn't stop the tears from dripping down his face. Yeah, understandable, yeah. Both of us are exactly the same. Locked up on Rock Genjima and living without any hope. Yeah, but the only thing I don't agree. Shannon is living with hope. Yeah, this is the thing about Kanon. He doesn't realise it, but he is a really good guy and he really has a lot of strong qualities about him. So of course somebody would want to, you know, completely create a new path so that they can be together. It really is quite nuts how people do actually want to do that. They want to entirely change their life and anything around them just because of their feelings. But yeah, when people say feelings defy logic, this is why. And yeah, Milady was able to light her own path and create her own fate. Yeah, fair. Oh god, he really is going for it. Yeah, she was so dazzling that I envied her. I thought so. If I could be with her, if I could find my... Yeah, that's the... No, this is horrible. Yeah. If I could find my true self, instead of being the visible person I am now. When he turned down Milady's confession, you were sad. Oh yeah, I was. No, definitely. Yeah, I never realised that a lie you make to yourself can be so sad. Yes, so sad, so painful, so excruciating. Oh yeah, that is understandable. Yeah, because isn't it just interesting that the inferiority he felt upon himself, he has imposed that on another person, and then he has hurt the other person as a result, even though this is the person that, you know, he wants to actually love, but he just can't because he feels he's just doesn't have the bravery and also views himself in such a negative light. Yeah, I believe that I didn't have what it takes to ever fall in love again. Yeah, but that wasn't true. Do you know what's leading to fall in love? It's something you can't get from anyone but yourself. Seriously though, yeah. Yeah, being furniture or not has nothing to do with it. Yeah, if you decide for yourself that it won't work, then it won't. That is fair, yeah. Yeah, nice. You mustn't leap to such rigid conclusions. Because she is amazing. She is so nice. And you can really see George's influences in terms of just how great of a person she is. Yeah, that's why over-ambitious furniture that I am gave myself what's needed to fall in love. Oh yeah, I agree. Yeah, so you have it too, Kanon-kun. You mean I have what it takes to fall in love? Yes. If you won't give it to yourself, I'll give it to you. Thank you. I feel as though finally I can... Oh yeah, that is interesting, yeah. I'm certain of it.
ジョージ様は今夜
Sure someone will propose.
私に求婚すると
Oh
思う。
yeah. Oh yeah, she is. It's gonna be brilliant. It really is just a chain of suffering, this. Oh, she deserves it.
私は受けて
When he does, I will
こ
accept.
の島を出てジョージ様と新しい天地で新しい生活をするつもり。
Oh my god. I mean, obviously, we know how horrible that is because of the fact that, you know, due to the nature of the crime, she's not able to whatsoever. She never able. This is the worst thing. She's not only unable to do something like this, but she never has been able to. So after all of this time, you know, she's never ever been able to, you know, truly experience her life that she's actually been able to have with her lover. Yeah, and when he does, I will accept. I intend to leave this island and start a new life in our world.
姉さんの選んだ道だというなら、
Isn't it just so sad to think that, you know, this is the path that anybody deserves, but these people have just had it so limited to them because of the fact that they, you know, they find it so hard to meet somebody because of the nature of their lives, really. If that's the path you've chosen.
僕に何も言えるわけがない。
Oh yeah, then I have no say in the matter. I mean, obviously that's going to be, that would be so
こ
lonely
の
for
島を
Connor.
出て、そしてこの島へは
Yeah, that is fair.
二度と帰らない。
Yeah. I'll leave this island and after that, I'll never return again.
カノン君とはお別れになる。
Oh, that will be sad. Yeah, I'll have to say farewell to you, Kanon-kun.
そうだね。
You're right.
僕たちは
No,
お別れだね。
no. That's horrible. You're right, we won't see each other again, will we?
もし
If...
カノン君が心の底からお嬢様を愛していて、それが私のジョージさんへの思いと同じか、それ以上だと言えるなら。
I think judging from, you know, the really, really passionate scene where he was just totally giving it his all in terms of talking to Shannon about the love with Jessica, I think it is obvious that, you know, he does have feelings as strong as Shannon's. If you do love my lady from the bottom of your heart, and if your feelings are at least strong as my feelings for George-san.
私はあなたと決着をつけなきゃならない。
Yeah, I see. Then you and I will have to settle whose feelings are really stronger.
姉さん。
Nessa.
それがお互いのため。
This way is best for both of us.
カノン君の思いを
Yeah.
私を理由に諦めないで。
Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah. Don't give up on your feelings for my sake.
僕のわがままが姉さんの幸せを傷つけるかもしれないのに。
Even though my selfishness might keep you from your happiness.
私も自覚してるよ。
I realise that same thing about myself.
私の幸せがカノン君を傷つけることを。
I know, that's the horrible thing. Yeah, because obviously Kanon's pain will be caused by the fact that it will just be caused by the fact of wasted potential, really. Yeah, I know that my happiness will bring you pain. Yeah, it's kind of like Battler and Beatrice at the moment. Yeah, it's just as if you have the thing that is there right in front of you that you can, you know, make a great life with. and you can have such an interesting future with, but at the same time you can't reach it, no matter how much you try, unless you change something. I mean, to be fair, that's not a good analogy with Bastila, because I think no matter how hard he tries, he's not going to be able to change Beatrice's situation. We have no choice but to hurt each other. Yeah, I know, that's horrible. Yeah, she said this. Shannon turned her back to Kanon. As Kanon watched Shannon from behind, he was struck by her strength and the love she still felt for him, despite everything. Yeah, that is nice. Shannon is a brilliant person. She really is. 姉さん。
僕は姉さんと一緒で幸せだったよ。
Living with you made me happy. Isn't it really quite interesting to think that these people have such horrible lives, but because of the fact that they've been together, they've actually able to have, you know, a life that was remotely manageable. Me too. Fair enough, yeah. Yeah, that is interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't have lasted this long without you, and that's why I was able to meet George-san. Yeah.
僕も姉さんが教えてくれたから。
Yeah, fair enough.
お嬢様の眩しさに気がつけた。
And I wouldn't have realised how dazzling Milady is if it weren't for you. Yeah, I see that. I won't abandon the way I feel. Yeah, that is good.
他を無視してカノン君の心を踏みにじることから目をそらさない。
I won't abandon the way I feel. Well, focus on that feeling alone, ignoring everything else. God, yeah, and I won't look away when I trample over your heart. Yeah, and it is just interesting to see in this situation, you can just totally tell how love makes one want to do anything. Yeah, but... Me too. I won't use you as an excuse. Yeah, that's brilliant, yeah. To hide the way I really feel. Yeah, isn't it really quite interesting that I suppose Kanon could have been using Shannon as an excuse to hide that as well, because the more, if he actually falls in love with somebody, he'll be able to spend less time with, you know, the person that he views as a sister, really. Whether my love bears fruit, or yours does. Yeah, that's brilliant. Yeah, we'll both support the victor. Yes. I promise. Yeah, that is really good. And if I win... Oh, yeah. Yeah, that is fair, yeah. Thank you. But if I win... Yeah, that's the horrible thing. Yeah, but if I win, I'll forget you and this island and leave this place forever. But the only thing is you need to do that in order to be able to secure a personality and just a life where you are actually viewed as a human being, not somebody who always just has to do the same repetitive, you know, disciplined tasks. Whichever of us wins.
自分の恋に全力を。
Oh yeah, definitely. I don't disagree with that. Yeah, whichever of us wins, that person will pursue their love with all they've got.
たとえそれが報われない恋だと知っていても。
It won't be. Even if they know that that love will be unrequited. Yes.
私たちは
After all, by
だ
now.
ってもう
家具じゃ
ない。
For even Kanon to be saying that, I mean, that is unbelievable. That really shows just the significant extent in which Shannon has just really changed this guy for the best. They are not furniture whatsoever, though. That is just a lie created, an evil lie created to completely and entirely destroy the confidence of these people, like it has with Kanon. Right, yeah. Something's different this time. No, oh, that's actually really interesting, that achievement, because that indicates that, you know, because of the fact that things are different, it's as if potentially Kanon is going to maybe, I don't know, ask Jessica out, finally admit his love. That's going to be really interesting. You know what I really like about Umineko is that, you know, not all of the differences actually lie within the plot in terms of the mystery. A lot of them also rely on, you know, the differences of all of the characters and the differences in terms of how they actually feel with each other, how they, you know, connect, and all of their traits, really. I really like what they're doing here. And, oh my god, the stuff about Featherin, I'm very, very interested to learn about Angie and Featherin more, and just seeing how their story progresses. Featherin seems like a really interesting character, and one... The thing that I love about characters like these, and they must be so fucking hard to write, but they give you such a different perspective that's so unknown from normal humanity that you alone just want to see the character just for their, you know, really different view on things in terms of the world. To be fair, this can be done really badly. If for example, you look at Higurashi Ho Plus, you will see what I mean. To be fair, I don't even know why I'm using that as a serious example, but still, like, that's the worst of it. But so I think with the whole really high up characters, you can either completely ace them, like I feel Yukishi has done with Featherin so far, or you can just completely botch them, like, you know, Horplus did. But yeah, it is going to be really interesting to see how that story progresses. Oh my god, also Battler and Beatrice. Isn't it really interesting that we've got two angles on love that are really, really different? So we've got Battler who, you know, we've got Shannon and Kanon who, you know, they actually are starting to admit their feelings because of the fact that, you know, they're finally starting to accept them. Well, Shannon already has. Kanon is finally starting to feel inspired by Shannon's views, and I feel like by, you know, really venting out everything that's actually happened regarding his love with Shannon, and, you know, how much of a wasted opportunity he's actually had. You know, how much he actually likes his love and yet couldn't do it because of his inferiority. I mean, it's just so good that, you know, that has actually led to something really good happening. And, yeah, it is going to be quite something to see how that actually progresses in the end. And, also, I'm really quite excited to see, you know, what happens regarding Battler. Also, yeah, I really do wonder who these two characters are. The demons we saw. I really wonder who they are. Let me just see if I can get the video up real quick. Sorry, this is taking quite a long time. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Right, so yeah, I really do wonder, look, who these people are. They don't look very... They look evil. They really do look evil. And, oh my god, this scares me. I really do wonder how the 6th game is going to go. I feel like this is going to be a roller coaster of a chapter, and I'm really excited for it. I mean, yeah, I feel this has definitely got some really interesting elements of the story that will probably be presented, especially regarding the culprit. I feel like Featherin is going to give us a big insight onto who the culprit actually is. It's also going to be interesting. Are we going to see Featherin's relationship with any other witches? I wonder. Or is it just going to be Angie and Featherin? Who knows? Right, see you guys. Hope you enjoyed.